Hello there, my sleepy wasteland wanderers. Tonight, we journey through the desolate beauty of the Fallout universe, where the ruins of civilization hold stories waiting to be told. I'll be your guide through these radioactive landscapes, sharing tales of survival, hope, and the quiet moments that exist even in the harshest environments. So get comfortable, dim your lights, and let the sounds of the wasteland carry you away. The gentle glow of your Pip-Boy will guide our path as we explore these forgotten places together. Now close your eyes and let your mind drift as we step into the world of Fallout, where dreams await beyond the wasteland horizon. The sun hung low in the afternoon sky, casting long shadows across the weathered landscape of the Mojave. Golden light bathed the crumbling remnants of the old world, transforming ruins into bronze sculptures that stood as silent monuments to a civilization long gone. Heat radiated from sand and stone, creating shimmering waves on the horizon that made distant mountains appear to float like islands in a mirage sea. A gentle breeze occasionally stirred, offering momentary respite from the persistent warmth, while carrying the scent of sun-baked earth and hardy desert plants that had adapted to survive in this harsh environment. Red Rock Outpost sprawled across what had once been a highway rest stop, its boundaries marked by a patchwork wall assembled from vehicle husks, corrugated metal, and whatever other materials its inhabitants had managed to salvage over the years. The settlement had grown organically around a relatively intact service station, with additional structures extending outward in no particular pattern. Homes and shops constructed from scavenged materials, their design dictated by necessity rather than aesthetics. Faded signs from the old world had been repurposed as building materials, their once vibrant colors now bleached by decades of relentless sun. Near the outpost's eastern edge stood the Dusty Coyote, a two-story establishment that served as the settlement's primary gathering place. The building had begun its existence as a pre-war diner, its distinctive curved roof still visible despite numerous repairs and modifications over the decades. The ground floor functioned as a tavern and trading post, while the upper level had been partitioned into simple rooms available for travelers willing to pay for security beyond what the open wasteland offered. A hand-painted sign hung above the entrance, depicting a stylized coyote with amber eyes that seemed to follow visitors as they approached. Inside the Dusty Coyote, Rebecca sat at a corner table, her back to the wall and eyes toward the entrance, a position selected through years of cultivated habit rather than conscious decision. The tavern's interior carried a pleasant muskiness of aged wood, mingled with cooking aromas from the small kitchen in the back. Late afternoon light filtered through windows that had been carefully constructed from salvaged glass pieces, creating dappled patterns across worn tables and the uneven wooden floor. At this hour, only a handful of locals occupied the space, their conversations creating a gentle murmur that provided comfortable background to her thoughts. Rebecca's appearance suggested competence rather than intimidation. Of medium height and athletic build, she moved with the fluid efficiency of someone who had learned that survival often depended on a combination of speed and precision rather than brute force. Her clothing emphasized practicality, leather armor reinforced at critical points, a weathered duster coat draped over her chair that would provide both environmental protection and convenient concealment when traveling. Her hair was secured in a practical style that kept it from becoming a liability in confrontations, and her eyes, alert but not anxious, surveyed the room with habitual awareness rather than obvious vigilance. Unlike the more flamboyant bounty hunters who traveled the wasteland with trophy displays and excessive weaponry, Rebecca relied on subtlety and skill rather than intimidation. The only visible weapon was a well-maintained 10mm pistol holstered at her hip, its grip worn smooth from years of use. More telling, to those who recognized such indicators, was her posture. Balanced even while seated, weight distributed in a way that would allow immediate movement if necessary, attention maintained on environmental variables without obvious focus that might alert potential threats to her awareness. The tavern's door swung open, briefly admitting a shaft of bright sunlight before closing again. Rebecca didn't need to look up to recognize her contact. Sarah Chen, Red Rock's unofficial security coordinator, moved with the distinctive gait of someone who had once suffered a significant leg injury and adapted, rather than allowing it to become a limitation. Sarah nodded to several locals as she made her way through the tavern, exchanging brief greetings that maintained her connection to the community without delaying her progress toward Rebecca's table. Right on time, Rebecca observed as Sarah settled into the chair across from her. Her voice carried the clarity of someone comfortable with direct communication rather than wasteland bravado.
Always,
Sarah confirmed with a slight smile that softened her otherwise businesslike demeanor. In her mid-40s, she carried the weathered appearance common to wasteland survivors who had reached that age through skill rather than luck. Her position as Red Rock's security coordinator had been earned through demonstrated capability rather than political maneuvering, and her reputation for fairness had maintained community support through various challenges over the years. "Appreciate you responding to my message so quickly," Sarah continued, pausing briefly as the barkeeper delivered a glass of purified water without being asked. Evidence of her regular presence and established preferences. "The situation has developed some complications that make your particular approach valuable." Rebecca noted the careful phrasing, complications rather than difficulties, particular approach rather than just skills. Sarah had always demonstrated thoughtful precision in her communication, one of the reasons Rebecca respected her among wasteland contacts. "Your message mentioned tracking someone who'd left unexpectedly with settlement property. Sounded straightforward enough at first reading." Sarah took a measured sip of water before responding, her expression suggesting consideration of how best to frame the situation. "On the surface, yes. James Harper worked our water purification system for about 6 months. 2 days ago, he disappeared. Same night our medical supply cache was accessed. Significant quantities missing, particularly antibiotics and surgical supplies." Rebecca listened without interruption, mental notes forming as Sarah continued. "Initial assumption was standard theft, opportunistic taking of valuable resources. But then we found his quarters." Sarah's expression shifted subtly, suggesting reconsideration of initial assessment, rather than simple recounting of facts. Everything arranged deliberately. Personal items sorted, a handwritten note explaining he had necessary purpose for the supplies, but would make things right when possible. "Not typical theft behavior," Rebecca observed, her tone neutral as she processed this information against her experience with wasteland patterns. "Left behind personal items suggesting planned return. Explanation note indicating perceived justification rather than opportunistic taking." Sarah nodded, appreciation visible for Rebecca's analytical approach rather than immediate judgment. "Exactly what caught my attention. Someone taking supplies for trade or personal use doesn't leave explanations. Then yesterday, A trader passing through mentioned seeing someone matching Harper's description, heading toward the mountains to the west, specifically in the direction of Rockfall Valley. This geographic detail added significant context. Rebecca knew the area by reputation. A small community had established itself in that valley approximately 2 years earlier, attempting self-sufficiency through garden cultivation and minimal external contact. Reports suggested they had faced significant challenges, though information remained limited due to their relative isolation. "You're thinking he took the supplies to Rockfall," Rebecca stated, forming the connection between available facts. "Community need rather than personal profit." "That's my theory," Sarah confirmed, "which creates the complication. If he'd simply stolen for personal gain, standard procedure would be straightforward recovery and appropriate consequences. But if he's attempting to address legitimate medical need in Rockfall," she didn't need to complete the thought. The wasteland's harsh reality often created situations where formal rules and humanitarian concerns existed in tension rather than alignment. Communities like Red Rock survived through resource management and established order, yet most recognized the interconnected nature of wasteland settlements and the occasional necessity of flexibility when addressing genuine need, rather than exploitative behavior. "You want me to assess the situation before determining appropriate response," Rebecca concluded, understanding now why her particular reputation had prompted Sarah's contact, rather than dispatching standard security personnel. "It's exactly," Sarah acknowledged. "Your history of bringing people in unharmed when possible, and your judgment regarding context rather than just contract fulfillment, makes you ideal for this situation. I need someone who can evaluate what's actually happening in Rockfall, rather than simply retrieving our supplies or apprehending Harper." Rebecca considered the proposal with thoughtful attention. The approach aligned with her professional philosophy, understanding situations fully before determining appropriate action, rather than applying simplistic solutions to complex human circumstances. Her reputation had been built on successful resolution, rather than merely completing contracts as written, recognizing that wasteland justice required discernment, rather than mechanical application of rules designed for simpler situations. The stolen supplies. "What specifically was taken?" she asked, beginning to formulate her approach based on additional contextual details. Sarah produced a small notebook from her jacket pocket, consulting a carefully written inventory list. "Primarily antibiotics. Approximately 3 months' worth of our reserve supply. Surgical instruments, including 2 scalpel sets and suture materials. Disinfectants, bandaging supplies, and basic diagnostic equipment. Nothing recreational or with significant trade value compared to its medical utility." This selection pattern supported the humanitarian theory rather than profit motivation. The supplies taken represented genuine medical treatment capability rather than items that would command premium prices from chem dealers or personal use seekers. Rebecca noted this correlation without immediate conclusion, continuing her information gathering. "Tell me about Harper himself. Background, skills, community integration during his time here. Arrived about 6 months ago with a small trading caravan," Sarah recalled, her response suggesting she'd anticipated this line of inquiry and prepared accordingly. "Mentioned previous experience with water systems, demonstrated genuine knowledge when our purification equipment needed maintenance. Quiet but not suspiciously so, integrated reasonably well while maintaining somewhat private nature, no conflicts with other residents, fulfilled work responsibilities consistently." She paused, considering additional details that might prove relevant. "One thing that seems significant in retrospect. occasionally provided basic medical assistance to residents. Nothing major, but showed knowledge of wound treatment, illness assessment. When questioned, mentioned field medic training during time with a caravan that regularly traveled through hostile territory. This information created clearer picture of both capabilities and potential motivation. Someone with combined water system technical knowledge and medical training represented valuable community asset, particularly in smaller settlements with limited specialized personnel. The skills also aligned with appropriate use of the taken supplies, not merely good intentions, but actual capability to utilize them effectively. I'll need details of his appearance, known equipment, and your best assessment of his likely route to Rockfall, Rebecca stated, her decision to accept the assignment implicit in the practical focus of her request. Sarah provided this information with the efficiency of someone accustomed to security operations. Physical description, including distinguishing features, inventory of equipment Harper would likely have with him based on what was missing from his quarters, and topographical insights regarding the most probable routes between Red Rock and Rockfall, given terrain features and seasonal condition. My authority extends to offering fair compensation for your time, regardless of outcome, Sarah added as their discussion approached conclusion. Standard rate plus 20% given the evaluation complexity, rather than simple retrieval. Acceptable, Rebecca confirmed, the straightforward negotiation refreshing, compared to the elaborate haggling some settlement representatives felt obligated to attempt. I'll depart within the hour, establish initial tracking before sunset, and maintain situation assessment focus rather than predetermined outcome. Their business concluded with professional efficiency. Sarah departed to continue her security coordination responsibilities, while Rebecca prepared for immediate departure. Her preparations reflected the methodical thoroughness that characterized her approach to all assignments. Equipment check prioritizing condition over quantity, route planning based on both provided information and personal knowledge of regional terrain, and mental preparation for various contingencies that might arise during what appeared straightforward but potentially complex situation. By late afternoon, Rebecca had departed Red Rock, her movement westward carrying the measured pace of experienced wasteland travel. Not hurried enough to miss important environmental details or deplete energy reserves unnecessarily, yet maintaining sufficient progress to establish effective tracking before nightfall. The terrain gradually shifted from the relatively flat desert surrounding Red Rock to more varied topography as she approached the mountain foothills, rocky outcroppings providing both navigational landmarks and potential observation points for assessing the broader landscape. The tracking itself presented minimal challenge for someone with Rebecca's experience. Harper had made little effort to conceal his passage, his footprints visible in softer ground sections and disturbed vegetation, marking his progress through areas where soil wouldn't hold impressions. More telling than these physical indicators was the consistent direction of his movement, a direct line toward Rockfall Valley, with minimal deviation, suggesting purpose rather than uncertain wandering or evasive maneuvering. As evening approached, Rebecca established a minimal camp in the lee of a large rock formation that provided both concealment from casual observation and protection from the cooling night winds that swept down from higher elevations. No fire that might attract attention, just a small chemical heat tap to warm her evening meal of preserved rations. While she ate, she reviewed the information gathered throughout the day's tracking, assembling facts and observations into patterns that might guide tomorrow's approach. The direct nature of Harper's travel vector suggested confidence in destination rather than uncertain exploration. The consistent pace indicated someone moving with purpose rather than panic, despite having taken valuable supplies that would normally trigger immediate pursuit. Combined with the deliberate explanation left behind, these factors supported Sarah's theory of perceived justification rather than simple theft motivation. The outstanding question remained whether Rockfall's situation genuinely warranted such extraordinary measures, or if Harper had misjudged the circumstances based on incomplete information or personal connection that overrode reasonable assessment. The night deepened around her small camp, stars emerging with remarkable clarity in the absence of artificial lighting that had once dominated human settlements before the war. Rebecca allowed herself a moment to appreciate this celestial display, one of the wasteland's compensatory beauties that occasionally balanced its many hardships. Her thoughts returned to the assignment parameters, particularly the evaluation aspect that distinguished this contract from standard retrieval operations. Morning arrived, with the gradual illumination characteristic of desert regions, pre-dawn coolness yielding to increasing warmth as the sun reclaimed its dominance over the landscape. Rebecca resumed tracking with the first adequate light, following Harper's trail as it led into increasingly elevated terrain. The path now showed occasional signs of difficulty, places where he had clearly adjusted his route to accommodate the weight of his pack or navigate challenging sections, though maintaining his westward direction with remarkable consistency. By mid-morning, the topography had transformed completely from desert flatland to mountain approach, with Rockfall Valley visible in the near distance. The valley itself had been formed by ancient geological processes, creating a natural bowl surrounded by protective ridge formations that provided both shelter from wasteland hazards and the water collection advantage that had made settlement viable. From her elevated approach position, Rebecca could see the small community nestled within this natural fortress. Perhaps 24 structures arranged around what appeared to be communal cultivation fields, a stream running through the valley's center, providing the water source essential for their agricultural attempts. As she studied the settlement from appropriate observation distance, certain details immediately registered as significant. The community appeared substantially larger than previous reports had suggested, with new structures under construction at the valley's southern edge. More notably, what had been described as garden cultivation had expanded into genuine agricultural development, with organized crop rows suggesting coordinated farming rather than simple subsistence growing. Most telling regarding her current assignment, a structure near the valley's center flew a faded but recognizable flag bearing the universal symbol for medical services, a relatively large building compared to surrounding structures, suggesting designated community infirmary rather than individual dwelling. Rebecca adjusted her approach based on these observations, selecting a path that would bring her to the valley floor with clear visibility to settlement residents rather than any appearance of attempted concealment. If Harper had indeed brought the supplies to address legitimate medical need, hostile reception seemed unlikely, provided her own approach demonstrated transparent rather than threatening intent. As she descended toward the valley floor, movement near the settlement perimeter indicated her approach had been noticed. Two figures emerged from an observation post cleverly concealed among rock formations, their movements suggesting alertness without immediate aggression. Their equipment confirmed organized security rather than coincidental encounter. Binoculars for distance observation, communication devices for coordinating with the main settlement, and weapons maintained at ready but non-threatening positions. Rebecca maintained steady pace toward these sentries, hands positioned with deliberate visibility away from her own weapon, approach vector selected to provide maximum observation opportunity before she reached conversation distance. The security personnel, a man and woman wearing practical clothing with subtle identifying armbands rather than elaborate uniforms, maintained professional positioning as she approached, their demeanor suggesting trained caution rather than fearful defensiveness. "Hold position there," the woman called, when Rebecca reached appropriate distance for clear communication without potential threat proximity. "Identify yourself and state your business with Rockfall community." "Rebecca Winters," she responded with equal professionalism, respecting their security protocols while maintaining confident rather than submissive posture. "Independent contractor from Red Rock Outpost, seeking information regarding James Harper, believed to have traveled to your community within the past 2 days." The sentries exchanged brief glances at Harper's name, a micro-communication that confirmed his presence without requiring verbal acknowledgement. The male sentry adjusted position slightly to maintain clear observation while his partner continued the interaction. "Your relationship to Harper?" the woman inquired, her tone remaining neutral while her attention clearly assessed Rebecca's equipment and potential threat level. "Professional rather than personal," Rebecca answered truthfully, recognizing that transparency would likely prove more effective than fabricated connection. Red Rock authorities noted his departure with settlement medical supplies. "I've been asked to assess the situation rather than enforce immediate return." This distinction created visible recalibration in the sentry's assessment, assess rather than enforce, suggesting flexibility not typically associated with settlement security response to resource appropriation. After brief consideration, she activated her communication device, conveying Rebecca's identity and stated purpose to someone within the main settlement while maintaining visual contact throughout the exchange. Whatever response came through the device appeared to provide adequate authorization, as the sentry nodded to her partner before addressing Rebecca again. "You'll be escorted to speak with our community coordinator. Standard security protocols require your sidearm remain holstered during your visit." "Acceptable? Completely reasonable," Rebecca confirmed, appreciating the professional rather than confrontational security approach. Many smaller settlements resorted to either excessive restriction or inadequate precaution when dealing with visitors. This balanced methodology suggested organizational maturity beyond what she had expected, based on Rockfall's reported development stage. The male sentry approached to serve as escort while his partner maintained perimeter position, standard security procedure for managing unknown visitors while maintaining defensive coverage. As they walked toward the main settlement, Rebecca observed additional details that provided context for her assessment. The community appeared well organized, despite obvious resource limitations, with infrastructure development suggesting long-term planning rather than merely immediate survival focus. Residents moved with purpose, rather than the cautious uncertainty often seen in struggling settlements, their activities reflecting coordinated effort toward collective objectives, rather than purely individual concerns. Most significantly for her current assignment, she noted multiple individuals displaying physical indicators of recent illness. The distinctive pallor and movement patterns of those recovering from significant infection, rather than chronic wasteland malnutrition. These observations created immediate correlations with the supplies Harper had taken, particularly the antibiotics that formed the bulk of what had been removed from Red Rock's medical storage. Their path led toward a central structure that appeared to serve administrative rather than residential function, its construction more substantial than surrounding buildings, though still clearly assembled from salvaged materials. Like everything else in the wasteland, outside this building, a woman in her early 50s stood waiting, her appearance suggesting leadership through practical capability rather than imposed authority. Clothing selected for function rather than status display, posture indicating confidence without arrogance, expression showing measured assessment rather than immediate judgment. "Rebecca Winters," the woman acknowledged as they approached, dismissing the security escort with a brief nod that suggested established protocol rather than casual instruction. "Elena Reyes, Rockfall Community Coordinator. I understand you're inquiring about James Harper and medical supplies from Red Rock." "Correct," Rebecca confirmed, appreciating the direct approach rather than political maneuvering that often characterized settlement leadership interactions. "Sent to assess the situation rather than enforce immediate return. Though Red Rock authorities naturally have concerns about significant resource removal without prior arrangement." Elena gestured toward the building entrance, indicating continuation of their conversation inside rather than in the public square. The interior revealed a simple but organized administrative space. Maps of the valley and surrounding territory displayed on walls, a basic meeting area with chairs arranged around a central table, documentation stored in salvaged filing cabinets along one wall. The room's functional design emphasized practical governance rather than power display, consistent with the overall community organization Rebecca had observed. "We should include Dr. Harper in this discussion," Elena noted once they were seated, activating a basic intercom system that appeared to have been assembled from salvaged parts with considerable technical skill. "James, please join us in the administration building when you can." The use of doctor registered immediately as significant contextual information, suggesting recognition of medical credentials beyond the field medic background Harper had claimed in Red Rock. This discrepancy might indicate deliberate misrepresentation during his time there, though purpose remained unclear, pending further information. Elena seemed to recognize Rebecca's note of this detail, addressing it directly rather than waiting for inquiry. "James's medical background wasn't something he advertised in Red Rock, I understand. There were reasons for that discretion that he can explain better than I can. What I can tell you is that his arrival here 3 days ago likely saved numerous lives, and the supplies he brought have been essential in addressing our community's medical crisis." Before Rebecca could inquire further, the door opened to admit Harper himself. His appearance matched the description provided by Sarah, mid-30s, medium build, with the distinctive scar along his jawline that had been specifically noted as identifying a feature. He carried himself with the subtle tension of someone anticipating potentially difficult conversation, though his expression showed determination rather than defensiveness as he assessed Rebecca's presence. "James," Eleanor addressed him directly, "this is Rebecca Winters from Red Rock, here regarding the medical supplies." Harper nodded acknowledgement, his response directed to Rebecca rather than Elena. "I left a note explaining I had a necessary purpose and would make things right when possible. I stand by that commitment. Perhaps you should explain the situation to Miss Winters," Elena suggested, her tone indicating this was recommendation rather than instruction, despite her leadership position. Harper took the remaining chair, his posture suggesting readiness to provide account rather than avoid responsibility. "I practiced medicine with the followers of the apocalypse for 8 years before events necessitated professional reconsideration," he began, the phrasing suggesting complicated history rather than simple career change. "Took positions in various settlements afterward, utilizing my technical knowledge while maintaining medical practice where needed, though not advertising my full training." This introduction confirmed Rebecca's initial assessment regarding hidden capabilities, though the specific mention of the followers known for humanitarian medical service throughout the wasteland added context that suggested principled motivation rather than deceptive intent. 6 months ago, I established position in Red Rock, maintaining your water purification system while observing community needs, he continued. 3 days ago, I received word through a trading contact about severe respiratory infection outbreak here in Rockfall. Symptoms described matched bacterial pneumonia variant I'd treated previously. Highly contagious in community settings. Significant mortality risk without appropriate antibiotic intervention, particularly given limited existing medical infrastructure. He paused, his expression showing the calculated assessment characteristic of medical professionals weighing difficult decisions. To make attempted to discuss emergency supply sharing with Red Rock authorities, but was informed standard protocols required committee approval, resource exchange agreements, and minimum 72-hour processing before any community supplies could be allocated externally. The infection progression timeline wouldn't accommodate that delay without significant preventable fatalities. Elena added supporting context to this explanation. When James arrived, approximately 40% of our community was showing infection symptoms, with 8 individuals in critical condition requiring immediate intervention. Our designated medical provider had become infected herself, limiting treatment capability precisely when need peaked. Without the antibiotics and supplies James brought, mortality projections exceeded 30% of affected individuals. Rebecca processed this information against her observations since arriving in Rockfall. The visible recovery patterns among residents aligned with described infection timeline and treatment intervention. The community's overall development suggested legitimate settlement, deserving humanitarian consideration, rather than opportunistic groups seeking resources without contributing to regional stability. Harper's explanation regarding inability to secure timely official approval represented believable systemic limitation rather than convenient justification for bypassing proper channels. Current patient status, she inquired, focusing on immediate medical situation before addressing broader implications regarding the supply taken from Redra. Stabilized, Harper answered with professional precision rather than emotional reassurance. Critical cases responding to antibiotic treatment with expected recovery trajectory. Secondary infection spread contained through quarantine protocols and prophylactic treatment of high-risk individuals. Approximately 70% of supplies brought from Red Rock have been utilized for direct patient treatment or infection containment. This utilization rate provided important context for potential resolution options. The supplies had been deployed for legitimate medical emergency rather than stockpiled for uncertain future need. Yet sufficient resources remained that partial return might be feasible without compromising patient treatment protocols. Red Rock's primary concern involves both the specific resources taken and the precedent established by unilateral appropriation, Rebecca noted, maintaining neutral framing that acknowledged legitimate perspectives on both sides. Though humanitarian considerations clearly apply, sustainable communities require resource management systems that balance immediate needs against long-term stability requirements. Elena nodded understanding of this concern, her response suggesting governance experience rather than merely idealistic humanitarian perspective, completely valid consideration. Rockfall has always intended appropriate compensation once immediate crisis management allowed, focused beyond patient treatment. We've prepared inventory of tradable resources, purified water from our spring system, agricultural surplus from last season's harvest, and technical expertise regarding our irrigation methods that significantly improve crop yield in similar soil conditions to what Red Rock currently cultivates. This response demonstrated both recognition of resource exchange principles and realistic compensation planning rather than vague promises of future consideration. The offered resources represented genuine value aligned with Red Rock's known development priorities based on Rebecca's understanding of their current initiatives. Harper added his own acknowledgement regarding procedural concerns. My methods reflected emergency requirements rather than disregard for proper protocols. Once patient stabilization permitted attention to administrative responsibilities, I documented all utilized supplies with treatment justification and prepared remaining resources for potential return depending on ongoing patient needs and negotiated resolution. As their discussion continued, Rebecca gathered sufficient information to formulate assessment regarding appropriate resolution approach. The situation clearly involved legitimate medical emergency rather than misrepresentation or resource misappropriation. Harper's actions, while bypassing standard protocols, appeared motivated by genuine humanitarian necessity rather than personal benefit or ideological rejection of settlement authority. Most importantly, both Rockfall leadership and Harper himself demonstrated commitment to appropriate compensation and procedural correction, rather than assuming emergency justification eliminated responsibility for resources utilized. By late afternoon, Rebecca had facilitated a preliminary agreement framework addressing both immediate concerns and future relationship development between the communities. Remaining unused medical supplies would be returned to Red Rock, with detailed documentation regarding utilized resources and their specific application in addressing the infection outbreak. Compensation package would include both immediate resource exchange and scheduled knowledge sharing regarding Rockfall's agricultural and water management innovations. Perhaps most significantly for long-term regional stability, formal emergency response protocols would be established between the settlements, creating structured approach for addressing future humanitarian needs without requiring unilateral resource appropriation. Your assessment role proved more valuable than standard enforcement approach would have been, Elena observed as they concluded their discussion. Creating sustainable solution rather than merely resolving immediate resource dispute. Rebecca acknowledged this observation with professional appreciation rather than personal satisfaction. Her approach had always emphasized understanding complex situations before determining appropriate response, recognizing that wasteland justice required discernment rather than mechanical rule application when human circumstances created tension between formal procedures and humanitarian necessity. As evening approached, she prepared for departure rather than remaining overnight, her assignment parameters now fulfilled through comprehensive situation assessment and preliminary resolution framework establishment. Harper accompanied her to the valley perimeter, his demeanor suggesting both professional respect and personal appreciation for her balanced approach to what could have been significantly more confrontational interaction. I'll return to Red Rock with both remaining supplies and proposed compensation agreement, Rebecca confirmed as they reached appropriate departure point. Sarah Chen strikes me as someone who will recognize the legitimacy of emergency intervention once provided complete context, particularly with structured approach for preventing similar situations through formal protocols rather than unilateral action. Harper nodded agreement with this assessment. Medical emergency created immediate necessity that procedural systems couldn't accommodate within treatment timeline requirements. But sustainable communities require both compassionate response and structural stability. Finding balance between immediate need and long-term security represents the fundamental challenge for rebuilding civilization in the wasteland. This philosophical observation revealed depth beyond technical medical knowledge. Understanding of broader social dynamics that influenced community development in their challenging post-war environment. Rebecca recognized this perspective as aligned with her own approach to wasteland justice. acknowledging the necessity of established systems while maintaining flexibility for addressing unique humanitarian circumstances through discernment rather than rigid adherence to procedures designed for simpler situations. As she departed Rockfall Valley with the setting sun casting long shadows across the landscape, Rebecca reflected on the successful resolution her assessment approach had facilitated. The supplies had indeed been taken for necessary purpose rather than personal gain. Harper's commitment to making things right appeared genuine rather than mere placation. Most importantly, the communities had opportunity to establish mutually beneficial relationship moving forward, rather than developing antagonistic positioning based on resource dispute. The wasteland stretched before her as twilight gathered, its harsh beauty undiminished by human concerns or settlement disagreements. Her profession would continue taking her through territories where competing priorities created tension between established rules and humanitarian necessities. The discernment she maintained provided guidance through these complexities, a personal standard that distinguished thoughtful resolution from mere enforcement. Each successful assessment reinforced this approach, not simply completing assignments, but finding balanced solutions that recognized human realities beyond procedural requirements. While Rebecca journeyed back to Red Rock, facilitating understanding between communities rather than enforcing simplistic judgment, elsewhere in the wasteland, a different hunter was accepting a far more morally ambiguous contract. In a dense, irradiated forest where shadows moved with mysterious purpose, a skilled tracker was being hired to hunt what raiders called a monster. Though the truth of what dwelled among those mutated trees would soon challenge everything the hunter believed about monsters and men. As Rebecca's mission concludes with peaceful resolution, a new tale beckons from the depths of the Whispering Woods. Join us for the Hunter's Code. The verdant mire stretched before Jackson like a forbidden realm from ancient stories, a dense forest unlike anything found in the wasteland's more barren expanses. Massive trees, their trunks twisted by decades of radiation exposure, rose like silent sentinels, their branches forming a canopy that filtered sunlight into ethereal patterns across the forest floor. Undergrowth flourished in this sheltered ecosystem, creating layered shades of green, punctuated by the occasional bioluminescent fungus that emitted a soft, otherworldly glow, even in daylight. Mist clung to the lower regions, weaving between tree trunks and creating a boundary where solid ground seemed to dissolve into spectral vapor. Jackson paused at the forest's edge, taking a moment to study both the beauty and danger the environment presented. His experienced eyes noted the subtle indicators of radiation, certain plants growing with unnatural vibrancy, fungal patterns displaying colors not found in uncontaminated regions, the absence of expected wildlife sounds in what should be a thriving ecosystem. The forest lived, but it had been transformed, becoming something that existed between the natural world and the mutations brought by human folly. He might say it changes people who stay too long, came a voice from behind him, deliberately pitched to carry without echoing. Something in the air, maybe the water. Go in normal, come out different. If you come out at all. Jackson didn't turn immediately, maintaining his assessment of the terrain while acknowledging the speaker with a slight nod. Most places in the wasteland change you one way or another. The difference is usually just how long it takes. The man who had spoken, Garrett, leader of the Iron Wraiths raider group that had hired Jackson's services, stepped forward to stand beside him at the forest boundary. Unlike many raiders whose appearance emphasized brutality through excessive armor spikes and trophy displays, Garrett presented a more calculated image. His combat gear showed strategic reinforcement rather than intimidation design, and the rifle slung across his back was a precision weapon rather than the crude firearms typically favored by wasteland predators. "That's why we're paying your rate," Gareth observed, his gaze following Jackson's to study the forest ahead. "Something in there has taken 6 of my people in the past month. Good fighters, not rookies who'd panic at the first strange sound." Jackson finally turned to face his employer, expression revealing nothing beyond professional attention. His appearance suggested competence rather than aggression. Weathered but not hardened, experienced without being cruel. Unlike hunters who adorned themselves with trophies from their kills, Jackson's equipment emphasized function over display. His leather armor showed the careful maintenance of someone who understood that survival depended on preparation rather than intimidation. And the rifle secured across his back was a standard hunting model, modified for accuracy rather than decorated with kill markers. "Your contract mentioned a creature, not missing personnel," Jackson noted, his tone indicating professional attention to detail rather than accusation. Garrett's expression shifted slightly, suggesting recalculation rather than defensiveness. "Same problem, different description. We've been harvesting timber from the outer edges. Good caps trading hardwood to settlements trying to build something lasting. Whatever's in there doesn't want us working these woods. Takes our people when they go too deep or stay too long after sundown." This explanation provided context that hadn't been included in the initial contract communication, though Jackson noted the characterization remained focused on territorial dispute rather than acknowledging potential legitimate claims to the forest by whatever inhabited it. He returned his attention to the dense vegetation, mentally calculating approach vectors and establishing initial environmental baselines against which anomalies might be detected. "I work alone," he stated, the words carrying professional methodology rather than personal preference. "Additional personnel will compromise tracking effectiveness in this environment. Expect no communication until I return with confirmation of completion or assessment of insurmountable complication." Gareth nodded, apparently having anticipated this standard hunter protocol. "Agreed. We've established camp, half a mile south along the forest boundary. Signal fire visible after dark if you need to locate us. Payment ready upon verification as discussed." Without further conversation, Jackson moved forward into the forest's embrace, his transition from open ground to the wooded environment marked by immediate adjustment in movement and awareness. His steps became more deliberate, weight distributed to minimize sound against the debris-strewn forest floor. His visual focus shifted from distant assessment to immediate environment, noting displacement patterns in undergrowth, compression in the soft soil, the subtle indicators that distinguished natural processes from creature passage. The forest enveloped him completely within minutes, its dense growth creating an environment that seemed disconnected from the wasteland beyond, a world operating under different rules, with its own rhythms and dangers. Light filtered through the canopy in diminishing intensity, creating an underwater quality to the illumination that emphasized the otherworldly nature of the environment. The expected sounds of a forest ecosystem were present but subtly wrong. Bird calls carrying unusual tonal qualities, insect buzzing that rose and fell in synchronized patterns rather than random variation. Jackson moved through this altered landscape with practiced efficiency, allowing his senses to adjust to the forest's particular characteristics, while establishing baseline awareness against which anomalies might be detected. His profession had taken him through many of the wasteland's strangest environments. The glowing marshes where water itself seemed to burn with radioactive energy, the glass deserts where sand had fused under atomic fire. Ruined cities, reclaimed by mutated vegetation, each required different tracking techniques, different awareness patterns, different recognition of what constituted natural versus intrusive presence. Several hours passed as Jackson worked deeper into the forest, maintaining meandering but purposeful movement that allowed him to cover significant territory while searching for indicators of his target. The environment grew increasingly dense toward what he judged to be the forest's center, with radiation markers becoming more pronounced. Fungal growths pulsing with bioluminescence even in daylight, plant species displaying extraordinary adaptations like carnivorous modifications to their structures, the occasional skeletal remain of creatures whose mutations had proven non-viable despite nature's remarkable adaptability. Near what appeared to be a former streambed, now hosting a thick growth of fern-like plants with unusual purple coloration, Jackson discovered his first significant evidence. The vegetation had been disturbed, in a pattern suggesting deliberate passage, rather than weather effects or random animal movement. More telling were marks on surrounding trees, approximately 7 feet above ground level, claw impressions embedded in the bark, with depth suggesting considerable strength behind their creation. Jackson crouched to examine additional signs, finding compressed soil indicating a creature of substantial weight had traversed this area repeatedly, creating what effectively constituted a trail through otherwise dense undergrowth. The pattern suggested a territorial entity with established movement routes rather than random wandering, behavior more consistent with intelligent predators than mindless mutated wildlife. As afternoon transitioned toward evening, the forest's illumination shifted from filtered sunlight to the more pronounced bioluminescence of radiation-adapted flora. Fungal clusters along tree trunks cast a pale blue-green glow that provided surprisingly effective visibility once human eyes adjusted to the different light spectrum. This natural illumination revealed details that might have remained hidden in standard daylight, particularly the subtle markings that continued along what Jackson now confirmed as an established game trail. He paused to establish a minimal camp as complete darkness approached, selecting a position that balanced concealment with observational advantage. Unlike many wasteland travelers who required fire for both warmth and psychological comfort against the night, Jackson worked with practiced efficiency, using only ambient illumination. His shelter consisted of a simple weatherproof tarp configured to break outline without restricting movement if rapid departure became necessary. No fire, no heat source beyond a chemical warmer used briefly to prepare a concentrated meal from field rations. No disturbance to the forest's natural cycles that might alert his quarry to human presence. As he completed these preparations, Jackson detected a sound distinguishable from the forest's ambient noises, a low, rhythmic vibration that seemed to originate from deeper within the woods. Not vocalization in the traditional sense, but something between the rumble of distant thunder and the deepest notes of a stringed instrument played with deliberate restraint. The sound persisted for approximately 30 seconds before fading, its origin impossible to triangulate precisely, due to how it seemed to resonate through the trees themselves rather than traveling directly through the air. The noise repeated at irregular intervals throughout the night, sometimes seemingly closer, other times more distant. Jackson remained in watchful rest rather than true sleep, a state experienced hunters developed through necessity, allowing mental and physical recovery while maintaining environmental awareness. His thoughts turned occasionally to the contract's parameters. particularly the discrepancy between Garrett's initial description of a predatory creature and the subsequent mention of missing personnel. The typical wasteland predators, deathclaws, yao gao, even the more unusual regional variants, rarely took multiple human victims without leaving significant evidence of attacks. Something about this situation suggested greater complexity than a simple creature elimination contract. Dawn arrived with the gradual transition characteristic of dense forests, not the dramatic color display of open wasteland sunrises, but a subtle lightening that filtered through the canopy in progressive stages. Jackson resumed tracking with the first adequate illumination, following the game trail with increased conviction now that he had established consistent movement patterns. For whatever creature had established this territory, the trail led toward what appeared to be a geographic depression in the forest's central region. A shallow valley where even denser vegetation suggested greater moisture retention and possibly enhanced soil nutrients. The radiation markers Jackson had been noting throughout his tracking showed increased presence here, with more pronounced mutations among plant species and occasional small animal remains showing abnormal adaptations. Extra limbs, unusual scale patterns, skeletal structures modified beyond normal evolutionary pressures. Near the valley's center, the vegetation pattern changed significantly, opening into what appeared to be a cleared area approximately 60 feet in diameter. Unlike natural clearings formed by fallen trees or radiation blight, this space showed evidence of deliberate maintenance. Undergrowth systematically removed, lower tree branches pruned to create unobstructed sight lines across the open ground. Small structures arranged around the perimeter that appeared to be collection systems for rainwater. Most significant was what occupied the clearing's center, a structure too deliberate in its construction to be anything but intentional shelter. Built primarily from fallen timber and intertwined living vegetation, it resembled nothing so much as an oversized version of what pre-war nature texts might have described as a gorilla's nest. A roughly circular construction, with walls rising approximately 4 feet from ground level, the interior depression lined with dried vegetation that would provide insulation from ground moisture. Jackson approached with heightened caution, all senses alert for any indication of the structure's occupant. The clearing remained still, save for the gentle movement of vegetation and occasional forest breezes. No sound beyond the natural forest ambient. No movement that couldn't be attributed to wind or small wildlife. Yet the entire space carried an atmosphere of active habitation rather than abandonment. The cleared ground showed signs of recent maintenance. Water collection vessels contained relatively fresh accumulation. The vegetation lining the central structure appeared periodically replaced rather than allowed to decompose in place. Maintaining position at the clearing's edge where forest growth still provided concealment, Jackson conducted methodical observation for over an hour, allowing patterns to reveal themselves without interference. The space remained unoccupied during this time, suggesting its inhabitant was currently elsewhere in its territory, perhaps hunting, perhaps patrolling boundaries, perhaps engaged in whatever activities sustained its existence within this radiation-altered ecosystem. With the immediate area apparently vacant, Jackson advanced to examine the central structure more directly, moving with the carefully controlled movements of an experienced tracker, each step placed with deliberate precision to minimize sound against the forest floor, weight distributed to leave minimal impression should the clearing's occupant return to investigate disturbances. The structure revealed more sophisticated construction than initially apparent from distance. The walls included intentional weaving patterns rather than random placement, suggesting dexterity and planning beyond instinctual nest building. The interior depression contained not just insulating vegetation, but deliberately arranged sections for areas that appeared designated for sleeping, for food storage, for what seemed to be tool maintenance based on scattered stone implements showing evidence of purposeful shaping rather than coincidental utility. Most revealing were items clearly not originating from the forest environment. A metal canteen of human manufacture, fabric sections that had once been part of standard wasteland clothing, and, most significantly, a weathered journal bound in cracked leather. This last item drew Jackson's particular attention, as it represented not just human artifacts in non-human possession, but the specific implication of literacy, a characteristic that separated intelligent life from merely instinctual creatures regardless of physical appearance. Jackson examined the journal without removing it from its apparent storage location, unwilling to leave obvious evidence of human investigation should the structure's inhabitant return unexpectedly. The pages showed handwritten entries in what appeared to be multiple phases of the same handwriting. Earlier sections in relatively standard script, later entries showing progressive deterioration in letter formation while maintaining linguistic coherence. The content, from what Jackson could observe without disturbing the journal's position, suggested documentation of physical transformation, clinical self-observation combined with increasingly philosophical reflections on identity and nature. This discovery transformed Jackson's understanding of the situation completely. The creature Garrett had contracted him to eliminate appeared to be not some mindless predator, but something far more complex. Potentially a human who had undergone severe mutation while retaining cognitive function, establishing territorial boundaries while maintaining organized habitation. The missing personnel took on new context as well, perhaps not victims of predation, but rather individuals who had encountered something that challenged raider expectations of simple resource acquisition from supposedly empty territory. Jackson withdrew from the structure with the same careful movement that had marked his approach, returning to the clearing's edge to continue observation with this new contextual understanding. The contract's parameters had not technically changed. He had been hired to eliminate a territorial threat, but the nature of that threat now appeared fundamentally different from initial presentation. His professional code had always included provisions regarding intelligent targets versus instinctual predators, with corresponding differences in approach and ethical consideration. As afternoon progressed toward evening, Jackson detected subtle changes in the forest's ambient sound patterns, a progressive quieting of insect and bird activity that suggested a large presence moving through nearby territory. He remained motionless at his observation position, allowing natural concealment to supplement his practiced stillness as he waited to finally observe whatever entity had established this territory. The clearing's occupant arrived with remarkable silence for its apparent size, emerging from the forest at the clearing's northern edge with movements that suggested both familiarity and caution. Jackson's first clear view confirmed his revised assessment while adding significant detail. The entity stood approximately 7 feet tall, its body structure suggesting human origin, subsequently transformed through extreme radiation exposure, or possibly forced evolutionary virus mutation. The basic bilateral symmetry remained human, but with proportions altered toward greater upper body mass, elongated arms ending in hand structures that retained opposable thumbs while developing claw-like nail extensions, and skin that had developed patchy hairiness and mottled coloration adapted to forest camouflage. Most significant was the head structure, which retained recognizably human features despite pronounced brow ridge development and some mandibular modification. The eyes, particularly, remained human in both structure and, more tellingly, expression, carrying the self-awareness intelligence that distinguished person from beast, regardless of physical appearance. The entity moved directly to the water collection system, transferring accumulated rainfall into the metal canteen with deliberate, practiced movements before sitting at the clearing's edge to consume what appeared to be gathered forest vegetation, supplemented by small animal protein. Jackson remained motionless throughout this observation, processing what he witnessed against contract parameters and personal ethical code. The entity clearly represented the territorial creature described by Garrett, and equally clearly was responsible for the claw marks and movement patterns Jackson had tracked throughout the forest, yet its behavior showed nothing suggesting aggressive predation. Rather, it demonstrated the organized habitation patterns of a sentient being who had adapted to environmental conditions while retaining fundamental aspects of humanity despite physical transformation. As darkness settled more completely across the forest, the entity returned to its shelter structure, retrieving the journal Jackson had examined earlier. By the natural bioluminescence that illuminated the clearing, it began writing, an activity that confirmed beyond any reasonable doubt the retention of human cognitive function and self-awareness. The entity continued this documentation for perhaps 20 minutes before returning the journal to its storage location and settling into what appeared to be its sleeping area within the shelter. Jackson maintained his observation position throughout the night, witnessing the entity's sleep cycle and subsequent morning routine upon awakening. The pattern suggested established habits: water collection maintenance, consumption of stored food rather than immediate morning hunting, brief exploration of the clearing's perimeter before departing, in what appeared to be a regular patrol route through surrounding territory. Nothing in the observed behavior indicated mindless aggression or indiscriminate predation. Rather, it suggested the territorial maintenance patterns of a sentient being who had established sustainable habitation in a challenging environment. With the entity departed on its apparent morning patrol, Jackson made his decision. The contract parameters specified elimination of a territorial threat, but his professional code included provisions regarding assessment of actual threat level versus perceived danger. What he had observed suggested a transformed human maintaining a sustainable existence, rather than an aggressive predator requiring elimination for public safety. The missing personnel could have represented territorial boundary enforcement rather than predatory aggression, a distinction with significant ethical implications for a hunter who maintained personal standards beyond mere contract fulfillment. Jackson left the observation position and returned to the forest boundary by a different route than his entrance path, deliberately avoiding the entity's established patrol patterns to minimize potential confrontation. His movement remained as carefully controlled as during entry, leaving minimal evidence of human passage while maintaining awareness of environmental indicators that might suggest the entity's approach. Annual Raider Group remained encamped at the previously indicated location, their presence marked by the contained efficiency characteristic of experienced wasteland operators, rather than the chaotic sprawl typical of less disciplined raider bands. Jackson approached openly rather than with stealth, his demeanor professional but with subtle indicators of altered perspective that an observant individual might detect. "Contract complete?" Garrett inquired as Jackson reached their position, rising from his camp chair with the expectation of successful resolution evident in his posture. "But contract requires revision," Jackson replied, his tone neutral but definitive. The situation differs significantly from initial description. What occupies that territory isn't a mindless predator, but a sentient entity maintaining established boundaries. Form a human with significant mutation but retain cognitive function. Self-aware, organized, defensive rather than aggressive in territorial maintenance. Garrett's expression shifted subtly, confirming Jackson's emerging suspicion that the raider leader had possessed more information than initially shared. The contract specifies threat elimination regardless of specific nature. The creature prevents our access to valuable timber resources within that forest region. Its continued presence is incompatible with our operational requirements. Your operational requirements weren't part of our agreement, Jackson observed, his tone remaining measured despite the implied deception. I eliminate threats to general wasteland safety as defined by my professional assessment. What I found doesn't meet that standard. The raider leader studied him with narrowed eyes, calculation visible in his expression. The contract payment is substantial, more than your usual rate for standard predator elimination. Compensation reflecting the particular challenge and value of complete resolution. The additional compensation suggested unusual difficulty, not ethical compromise, Jackson responded evenly. My code includes provisions regarding sentient targets versus instinctual predators. What occupies that forest is effectively a person who has established reasonable territorial boundaries, not subject to elimination under my operational parameters, unless demonstrating active aggression beyond defensive territory maintenance. A subtle tension settled across the raider camp as this exchange continued. Other group members shifting positions with casual-seeming movements that nevertheless created surrounding coverage should the conversation escalate beyond negotiation. Jackson noted these adjustments without obvious reaction, his own positioning having been selected upon approach to maximize defensive options should diplomacy prove insufficient. Perhaps we misunderstood each other's operational flexibility, Garrett suggested, after measured consideration, his tone suggesting recalculation rather than immediate aggression. The contract could be modified to simple territorial clearance rather than creature elimination. Driving it from established territory would satisfy our access requirements without conflicting with your ethical parameters. Jackson considered this proposed revision against both professional standards and practical wasteland realities. The entity had established sustainable existence within its current territory, adapted to specific environmental conditions that might not exist elsewhere. Forced relocation would likely mean death through inability to maintain necessary adaptation patterns, merely substituting indirect elimination. Not viable, he responded simply. The entity has adapted specifically to that forest's unique conditions. Territorial displacement would effectively constitute death sentence through environmental mismatch. Same ethical outcome through indirect means. Garrett's expression hardened slightly, the negotiator's facade thinning to reveal the raider calculation beneath. You've left us with limited options, Hunter. The creature blocks access to resources we require. If you won't complete the contract as specified or modified, we'll need to address the situation through alternative methods. Your alternatives would be inefficient and high casualty, Jackson observed without apparent concern. The entity understands that forest environment completely, has established defensive parameters throughout the territory, and possesses physical capabilities beyond standard human operators. Your group would sustain significant losses attempting direct intervention. This assessment, delivered with professional detachment rather than threat, nevertheless created visible impact among the raiders who had been monitoring the conversation. Several exchanged glances suggesting recalculation of risk assessment. while others adjusted equipment with the nervous energy of those considering unfavorable engagement scenarios. There's another perspective worth considering, Jackson continued into the tension his observation had created. The entity maintains that territory with minimal expansion, focused on sustainable existence rather than aggression. Whatever timber resources you're seeking could potentially be accessed through negotiated arrangement rather than territorial clearance. Despite physical transformation, it retains human cognitive function, including potential for communication and agreement. Garrett laughed shortly, the sound carrying disbelief rather than humor. Negotiate? With a forest monster? That's your professional recommendation? It's maintaining a journal documenting its experiences and transformation, Jackson replied evenly. Demonstrates literacy, self-awareness, and capacity for abstract thought. Physical appearance doesn't negate sentient status or potential for reasonable interaction. Negotiated boundary agreements would provide resource access, without casualties or ethical compromise. A prolonged silence followed this suggestion, Garrett visibly processing implications against what appeared to be a significant adjustment to operational expectations. The other raiders remained tensely attentive, their reactions suggesting this development had introduced unpredicted variables into what they had anticipated as straightforward territorial acquisition. "You're certain about the journal?" Garrett finally asked, his tone suggesting this detail held particular significance beyond general evidence of sentience. Actually documenting experiences systematically rather than random markings or imitation of observed behavior. Jackson nodded once, definitive without elaboration. Coherent entries documenting physical transformation and philosophical reflection on identity retention despite physiological changes. Multiple chronological stages showing consistent individual development rather than random recording. This confirmation appeared to trigger significant reconsideration in Garrett's assessment, suggesting dimensions to the situation beyond what Jackson had initially detected. After visible internal deliberation, the raider leader gestured his team to stand down from their subtle engagement positioning before addressing Jackson directly. Contract terms considered fulfilled through complete intelligence gathering rather than physical elimination, he stated with formality that suggested closing professional transaction rather than continued negotiation. Payment will be provided as agreed, with appreciation for thorough assessment beyond initial parameters. This unexpected resolution triggered Jackson's professional instincts for deeper significance. Standard raiders wouldn't typically accept investigative results as contract fulfillment when specific outcome had been emphasized in initial agreement. The immediate acceptance of journal information as sufficient completion suggested underlying motivations beyond simple territorial acquisition. "The journal author has specific significance to your group," Jackson observed as payment was retrieved from secured storage. The statement carried neutral assessment rather than accusation, professional recognition of previously undisclosed context. Garrett hesitated briefly before responding, apparently calculating information disclosure against potential benefit. The entity was human before radiation exposure, specifically a scientific specialist attached to our group for research purposes. Disappeared during expedition into the forest approximately 8 months ago, presumed dead from radiation exposure or wildlife predation. Journal confirmation of survival despite transformation provides closure to outstanding operational variables. The explanation carried believable practicality, while suggesting deeper personal connections than Garrett's tone attempted to convey. Jackson accepted the payment without further inquiry, recognizing that wasteland relationships carried complexities beyond casual disclosure. particularly among groups that maintained operational survival strategy. Contract concluded successfully, he acknowledged with professional finality. Territory remains under entity control with recommendation for potential negotiated access rather than clearance operations. Future contracts welcome under transparent parameter disclosure. With transaction completed, Jackson departed the raider camp without unnecessary conversation, his path taking him away from both the forest boundary and established settlement routes. The wasteland stretched before him as afternoon transitioned toward evening, its harsh beauty undiminished by human concerns or territorial disputes. His professional code had been maintained despite contract complications. Ethical standards preserved through accurate assessment rather than assumptions based on employer characterization. Jackson made camp that evening on a ridge overlooking the distant forest, its boundaries visible as darker mass against the surrounding wasteland as twilight gathered. The experience had reinforced his personal operational standards, the importance of direct assessment beyond contract description, the necessary distinctions between threat elimination and territorial respect, the recognition of sentience regardless of physical appearance. These principles had guided his hunting career through wasteland complexities, where others might have defaulted to simplistic elimination of anything unfamiliar or potentially dangerous. As night settled around his minimal camp, Jackson allowed himself rare reflective consideration of broader patterns within his profession. The wasteland created endless variations of life, adapting to impossible conditions, some through random mutation, others through deliberate human intervention, all struggling to establish existence within environmental extremes never intended for sustainable habitation. His role carried responsibility beyond mere bounty collection or threat elimination. It required judgment regarding which adaptations represented genuine danger requiring intervention, versus those simply establishing alternative existence that might deserve recognition despite unfamiliar form. The stars emerged in familiar patterns overhead, their ancient light unaffected by the transformed world below. Jackson observed their progression with the quiet appreciation of someone who recognized constants amid environmental chaos. His profession would continue taking him through the wasteland's strangest territories, confronting entities beyond standard classification, requiring discernment beyond simple categorization of threat versus non-threat. The ethical code he maintained provided guidance through these complexities, a personal standard that distinguished professional judgment from mere contractual execution. Tomorrow would bring new territory, new contracts, new entities requiring assessment beyond superficial appearance. The wasteland never lacked for situations requiring the specialized skills of those who understood both tracking intricacies and ethical complexity. Jackson would continue applying these capabilities with the disciplined discernment that had earned his reputation among those who valued resolution beyond simple elimination. The hallmark of a hunter who recognized that true professional excellence included knowing when not to complete the hunt. While Jackson rested beneath the stars, contemplating the moral choices that defined his profession, elsewhere in the wasteland another hunter faced a different kind of ethical dilemma. In a settlement divided by rival factions, a lone bounty hunter found their latest target caught between powerful enemies, forcing them to navigate a dangerous web of politics where choosing sides might mean the difference between peace and bloodshed. As Jackson's story concludes in the peaceful darkness, a new tale beckons from the troubled settlement. Join us for the Hunter's Mark. Evening shadows stretched across Crossroads, a settlement that had grown from the ruins of a pre-war town where two major highways had once intersected. The original structures, Commercial buildings and roadside establishments constructed for travelers, now long gone, had been reinforced and expanded over the decades, creating a community that existed in layers, its history visible in its architecture. Weathered concrete foundations, supported walls built from salvaged metal and repurposed wood, topped by roofing assembled from whatever materials each generation had managed to secure. The settlement's name derived from the massive intersection at its center, where faded highway markings still indicated routes to cities that no longer existed. What had once channeled thousands of vehicles daily now served as the settlement's central plaza, a gathering space where market stalls clustered during daylight hours and community meetings convened when decisions affecting all residents required discussion. More significantly, in recent months, this central space had become the visible manifestation of division that threatened the settlement's long-term stability. Nora observed this division from her position on a water tower overlooking the settlement, the elevation providing both tactical advantage and perspective that residents immersed in daily concerns might lack. The eastern section displayed the distinctive gold banners of the Prosperity Coalition, a faction that had established influence throughout the region with promises of economic development and trade network expansion. Western Crossroads, in contrast, flew the deep green flags of the Frontier Guard, a community defense organization whose focus on security and self-sufficiency often placed it at odds with the coalition's more expansion-oriented approach. The division appeared remarkably precise from Nora's elevated vantage point. Gold banners to the east, green to the west, with the old intersection serving as literal demarcation between competing influences. Yet closer observation revealed the reality was more complex, as wasteland situations inevitably proved to be. Residents moved between sections with apparent freedom, commerce continued across the dividing line, and daily life proceeded with pragmatic necessities that transcended factional loyalties. The tension existed in subtle indicators rather than open hostility. Separate patrols that maintained deliberate distance from each other, conversations that quieted when members of the opposite faction approached, careful positioning that minimized potential confrontations. As twilight deepened toward true night, Nora descended toward the settlement with measured caution. Not the approach of someone anticipating immediate hostility, but the careful movement of a professional who understood that political complexities created unpredictable variables. Her appearance suggested practical competence rather than intimidation. Medium height and wiry rather than imposingly tall or muscular, she moved with the balanced efficiency of someone who relied on skill and judgment rather than brute force. Her equipment similarly emphasized functionality over display. Lightweight armor reinforced at critical points, a weathered coat providing both environmental protection and convenient concealment of weapons, boots showing the wear of extensive travel while remaining structurally sound. The only obvious weapon was a customized .45 pistol holstered at her right hip, its grip worn smooth through years of use. More telling, for those who recognized such indicators, was the throwing knife secured in a specialized sheath along her left forearm, accessible through a practiced movement that had become muscle memory through thousands of repetitions. Unlike hunters who specialized in wasteland creatures or combat-specialized mercenaries, Nora's profession required human-specific skills, understanding behavioral patterns, assessing motivations, and, when necessary, applying precisely calculated pressure at key leverage points. She approached the settlement's main entrance, a gate constructed from highway guardrails welded into defensive configuration, with open visibility rather than attempted stealth. Standard procedure when entering communities with established security, particularly those experiencing factional tension. The guards stationed at the entrance wore the green armbands that identified Frontier Guard affiliation, suggesting current control of access points remained with the Western faction, despite the settlement's divided status. "State your business," the senior guard instructed as Nora reached conversational distance, his tone professional rather than hostile. The standard challenge procedure of established settlements, rather than the aggressive posturing common to insecure outposts. "Nora Reed, independent contractor," she responded with equal professionalism. "Here, on specific business rather than general trade. Contact his Samuel Hayes at the Crossroads Tavern." The guard studied her with practiced assessment, noting details that casual observation might miss. The quality of her equipment, suggesting successful professional history. The balanced positioning that indicated training without overtly threatening stance. The weathered appearance that spoke of extensive wasteland experience rather than settlement comfort. After appropriate consideration, he nodded toward his junior partner, who unlatched the gate mechanism. "Taven's on the eastern side," he noted as the gate swung inward. "Across the division line. Our jurisdiction ends at the intersection. Watch yourself over there. Coalition plays by different rules." Nora acknowledged this information with a slight nod as she passed through the entrance. The warning aligned with her preliminary intelligence. Western Crossroads maintained community-focused governance based on collective security, while eastern sections operated under the more individualistic approach favored by the Prosperity Coalition. The division created natural tension points where different expectations regarding behavior, commerce, and security intersected in daily interactions. The settlement's interior revealed the layered history typical of established wasteland communities. Original highway-adjacent structures formed the central framework, their commercial architecture repurposed for contemporary needs. Gas stations had become trading posts, diners transformed into community kitchens, motels converted to residential housing. Around this core, expansion had occurred in organic patterns, as population fluctuated throughout post-war decades. Additional structures built from salvaged materials during growth periods, abandoned and reclaimed as circumstances changed, creating a physical environment that documented human resilience through architectural adaptation. Residents moved through evening activities with the measured pace of established routine. Merchants securing stalls as trading hours concluded, families gathering for communal meals, guards changing shifts at observation points along the settlement perimeter. The atmosphere carried neither the desperate energy of struggling outposts, nor the false security of communities isolated from wasteland realities. Crossroads had clearly found sustainable existence while maintaining awareness of external threats. The balanced approach that distinguished settlements with genuine long-term viability. Nora moved through this environment with deliberate neutrality, her pace suggesting purpose without urgency, her observation continuous but not overtly vigilant. She noted the subtle transition as she approached the settlement's central division, the gradual shift from predominantly green Frontier Guard emblems to increasing presence of Coalition gold, the changing patrol patterns as faction territories interfaced at the literal crossroads that dominated the community's center. The intersection formed a natural boundary approximately 30 feet wide in each direction, the faded highway markings still visible despite decades of foot traffic wearing away at their painted surfaces. Guards from both factions maintained positions at their respective sides, their attention focused primarily outward toward opposing territory, rather than inward toward the intersection itself. Residents traversed this division with visible awareness, subtle adjustments in posture and expression as they crossed from one faction's influence to another. unconscious signals of the psychological boundary that existed beyond the physical demarcation. The Crossroads Tavern occupied a prominent position in Eastern Crossroads, its structure suggesting former importance repurposed for contemporary function. The building had likely been a roadside restaurant based on its architectural style and prominent placement overlooking what had once been the highway. Now it served as the settlement's primary gathering place east of the division, part bar, part informal governance center, part neutral ground where necessary cross-faction business could be conducted with minimal political complication. The establishment's interior reflected this multi-purpose functionality. The main room featured a substantial bar constructed from massive highway signs, their directional arrows still visible beneath the polished surface that now supported drinks rather than guided travelers. Seating areas provided varying degrees of privacy, open tables for casual gathering, corner booths allowing more discreet conversation, a separate room visible through an interior window where more formal meetings could occur beyond general observation. Lighting came from a combination of salvaged electrical fixtures powered by a generator audible from somewhere behind the main structure, supplemented by traditional oil lanterns that provided both backup illumination and the warm atmospheric glow that electricity couldn't quite replicate. Nora paused just inside the entrance, allowing her vision to adjust while conducting initial environmental assessment. The tavern contained approximately 20 patrons distributed throughout the space, their groupings and positioning revealing subtle social hierarchies and affiliations beyond obvious factional indicators. Most significant for her current purpose was a figure seated alone at a corner table. Male, early 50s based on appearance, clothing suggesting authority within coalition structure without ostentatious display. His positioning provided both privacy and clear view of the entrance, the deliberate arrangement of someone expecting specific arrival rather than casual social interaction. She approached without haste, allowing her target adequate observation time to confirm her identity against whatever description he had received through communication channels. The man, presumably Samuel Hayes based on her contact information, watched her approach with the measured assessment of someone accustomed to evaluating potential assets rather than merely potential threats, his expression suggesting professional interest rather than personal engagement. Nora Reed, he acknowledged as she reached the table, gesturing toward the empty chair opposite his position. Samuel Hayes, Coalition Regional Coordinator. Appreciate your prompt response to contracted opportunity. Nora took the offered seat, maintaining neutral positioning that neither suggested defensive concern nor careless vulnerability. Hayes signaled to a server who delivered 2 glasses containing amber liquid that Nora identified as likely whiskey, a premium commodity in wasteland economics, its provisions suggesting either genuine hospitality or calculated impression management. She accepted the glass without immediate consumption, standard procedure when establishing new client relationships in politically complex environments. Your message indicated time-sensitive personnel recovery with factional complications, she noted, a tone professional rather than interrogative. Specific parameters worth discussing in person rather than through courier channels. Hayes nodded appreciation for her direct approach, taking a measured sip of his drink before responding. Situation involves individual designated Michael Chen, until recently served as technical specialist within Coalition Infrastructure Development Team. 3 days ago, relocated to Western Crossroads without authorization, apparently seeking Frontier Guard protection, carrying detailed technical documentation regarding Coalition water distribution systems currently under development. He produced a folded paper from his jacket, placing it on the table between them. Nora opened it to reveal a photograph showing a man in his early 30s, features suggesting mixed Asian-European ancestry, expression in the image showing neither relaxed casualness nor deliberate professional posing, but something between, perhaps captured during normal work activities rather than formal documentation. "Recovery parameters?" she inquired, studying the image while processing Hayes's information against standard contract variables. "Primary objective remains documentation retrieval," Hayes specified, his tone suggesting predetermined operational boundaries. "Subject recovery preferred but secondary to technical security maintenance. Acceptable outcomes include complete documentation return with subject cooperation, partial recovery with subject neutralization, or if circumstances require, documentation recovery through any necessary means." The phrasing contained professionally recognizable euphemism. Any necessary means, effectively authorizing lethal resolution if required, to prevent technical information retention by opposing faction. Standard procedure in interfactional operations where intelligent security outweighed individual personnel value. Nora noted this authorization without revealing personal assessment, maintaining professional neutrality while continuing information gathering. "Current intelligence regarding subject location and status?" she asked, focusing on practical implementation rather than ethical considerations at this preliminary stage. "Subject maintains residence in Western Quarter housing block designated Liberty Street," Hayes provided, the details suggesting active surveillance resources, modest accommodation suggesting limited resource provision from Frontier Guard, despite their apparent protection arrangement. Daily movement patterns include morning attendance at Western Administrative Center, midday meal at communal facility designated People's Kitchen, afternoon periods of variable activity without established pattern, evening return to residence approximately 20 o'clock hours, minimal departure afterward. This information painted preliminary operational landscape indicating both opportunities and complications. The subject maintains unpredictable pattern, facilitating potential interception, yet operated within territory controlled by opposing faction, where direct action would generate significant response. Documentation recovery would require either cooperative subject participation or sufficiently thorough search parameters to ensure complete retrieval. The combined requirements suggested nuanced approach rather than direct extraction methodology. "Opposition protection status," Nora continued, assessing political complications that would impact operational planning. "Officially undeclared," Hayes responded with evident frustration at opposing factions' operational opacity. "No formal asylum announcement through established diplomatic channels. However, Western security patrols increased near subjects' residence, suggesting unofficial protection without public acknowledgement. Typical Frontier Guard approach, maintaining plausible deniability while establishing protective parameters." As their discussion continued, Nora gathered additional contextual information regarding both the subject and broader factional dynamics affecting operational environment. Hayes presented the situation as straightforward technical security concern. Proprietary documentation taken by defecting specialists requiring recovery to maintain coalition developmental advantage, yet certain details suggested more complex circumstances. The timing coinciding with scheduled implementation of water access pricing that would disproportionately impact Western residents. Chen's history of advocating for equitable resource distribution despite coalition hierarchical structure, and apparent Frontier Guard interest in someone without obvious security value beyond the specific documentation. "Contract acceptance confirmed," Nora stated after completing her preliminary assessment. "Operational approach prioritizing documentation recovery through optimal methodology based on situational development." Commencement immediate with communication protocols through established tavern courier channel. Compensation structure as proposed in initial communication, with completion verification through documentation authentication by your technical specialists. With professional parameters established, their meeting concluded with appropriate efficiency. No unnecessary conversation beyond operational requirements, no social convention beyond essential courtesy. Hayes departed first, maintaining appearance separation that would help preserve operational security should Nora's subsequent activities generate factional attention. She remained at the table, nursing her drink while conducting further environmental observation and planning initial approach strategy. The tavern provided excellent vantage for assessing Eastern Crossroads social dynamics, conversations around her revealing subtle indicators of community tension beyond obvious factional division. References to water allocation appeared in multiple discussions, suggesting resource distribution represented significant concern among residents, rather than merely administrative disagreement between competing governance approaches. As evening progressed, Nora departed the tavern to establish preliminary environmental familiarity. Her movement through Eastern Crossroads presenting as casual exploration rather than obvious surveillance. Understanding physical layout, security deployment, and civilian movement patterns would provide essential context for developing appropriate approach options with minimal collateral impact. The central intersection separating settlement halves presented different character after dark, more definitively controlled by factional security, with residents crossing between sections showing greater caution than during daylight hours. Guards at both divisional boundaries conducted more thorough observation of transition traffic, though stopping short of formal checkpoints that might escalate already present tensions. Nora crossed with deliberate normality, her neutral appearance and unremarkable movement drawing minimal attention from security personnel focused primarily on residents with known factional affiliations. Western Crossroads demonstrated subtle but significant differences from its eastern counterpart. Architectural adaptations emphasized community functionality rather than individual distinction. Shared spaces, communal resource access points, distributed rather than centralized authority indicators. Frontier Guard influence appeared in security approach more than overt military presence. Patrol patterns emphasizing community integration rather than hierarchical oversight. Authority expressed through resident endorsement rather than positional designation. Governance focusing on collective well-being rather than individual opportunity maximization. Liberty Street occupied a residential section approximately 300 meters from the central intersection. A quiet neighborhood developed from what had likely been a suburban extension of the original highway town. The modest homes showed evidence of consistent maintenance rather than wealth display, their construction emphasizing function over status indicator. Nora located her target's residence through casual observation rather than obvious surveillance, identifying the building that matched intelligence description while maintaining unremarkable presence within normal pedestrian pattern. The structure itself presented neither exceptional security nor particular vulnerability. Standard wasteland construction of salvaged materials, assembled with practical functionality. Windows equipped with basic shutters rather than reinforced protection. Entrance secured with mechanical lock of moderate complexity. The location within Western Crossroads' residential pattern provided some security through community observation, neighbors likely to notice unusual activity, but without dedicated protective measures that would indicate high-value asset status. Nora established preliminary surveillance from an unobtrusive position that provided observation coverage without suggesting security concern. The residence showed indicators of current occupation, interior lighting visible through window gaps, occasional movement shadows suggesting ordinary evening activities. No evidence of additional occupants beyond the target. No unusual security measures beyond standard settlement patterns. No suggestion of imminent departure preparations that might indicate awareness of potential pursuit. Having established basic situational awareness, Nora located appropriate temporary accommodation within Western Crossroads, a public lodging facility that catered to traders and occasional visitors, without requiring extensive documentation or faction affiliation. The establishment operated with the practical simplicity characteristic of wasteland hospitality. Basic rooms secured with payment in advance, minimal inquiry regarding purpose or duration, reasonable expectation of privacy within established settlement security parameters. From this operational base, Nora developed her approach strategy through careful consideration of available intelligence and observed environmental factors. Standard extraction options presented varying viability against specific situational elements. Direct confrontation carried excessive escalation risk given frontier guard protection. Covert residence infiltration remained viable, but with uncertainty regarding documentation, location, and potential security measures. Negotiated cooperation offered potential efficiency, but depended on subject psychological assessment accuracy. By morning, Nora had selected an approach emphasizing intelligence gathering before commitment to specific extraction method, a customized variant of standard operational procedure that acknowledged the politically complex environment while maintaining contract timeline requirements. Her initial objective focused on direct subject observation to assess psychological state, daily pattern confirmation, and potential engagement opportunities that might facilitate negotiated resolution over forced extraction. She began implementation as morning illuminated crossroads, positioning herself along Chen's established movement route between residence and Western Administrative Center. Her presence maintained unremarkable characteristics, appearance and positioning suggesting ordinary visitor conducting legitimate business rather than surveillance operation. When Chen emerged from his residence, Nora observed with professional assessment rather than obvious attention, noting details that intelligence briefing hadn't captured. The subject moved with the hyper-awareness characteristic of someone under perceived threat, regular environmental scanning, route variation within general direction, positioning that maintained maximum visibility while providing rapid access to defensive options if needed. His physical condition suggested recent stress effects rather than long-term deterioration. Adequate nutrition and hydration maintenance, but visible sleep deficit indicated by minor coordination adjustments and attention pattern inconsistency. Most significantly, his expression conveyed not ideological conviction, but uncomfortable uncertainty, the demeanor of someone operating under necessity rather than commitment. These observations suggested psychological vulnerability, potentially valuable for operational approach. Chen presented characteristics more consistent with reluctant actor than committed defector, someone operating under perceived requirement rather than ideological conversion. This assessment aligned with intelligence contradictions between his historical advocacy for equitable resource distribution and apparent defection, specifically when implementation of policies contrary to those principles was scheduled to occur. Nora maintained discreet observation through Chen's morning activities, confirming intelligence regarding administrative center visitation while gathering additional behavioral data. The subject spent approximately 2 hours within the facility, sufficient for substantive discussion, but not extended strategy development. His interaction with Frontier Guard personnel displayed professional courtesy rather than personal familiarity, suggesting operational relationship rather than pre-existing ideological alignment. Most tellingly, his departure body language indicated unresolved tension rather than successful negotiation, shoulders maintaining defensive elevation, expression showing continued concern rather than achieved resolution. As Chen proceeded toward his midday location, Nora implemented the next phase of her approach strategy. The communal dining facility designated People's Kitchen presented ideal engagement environment, public setting providing subject security perception while allowing natural conversation initiation without triggering defensive response. She arrived ahead of Chen's anticipated timeline, securing appropriate position that allowed observation without suggesting targeted interest. The facility exemplified Western Crossroads communal philosophy, a converted warehouse space where residents shared meal preparation and consumption with minimal status distinction. Long tables encouraged group seating rather than isolated dining. Cooking responsibilities rotated among community members rather than professionalized staff. And resource contribution operated through voluntary exchange rather than direct currency payment. The atmosphere created natural social interaction that would facilitate initial contact without generating suspicion, typically associated with isolated approach attempts. When Chen entered approximately 15 minutes later, Nora allowed him to establish normal routine before implementing contact strategy. He selected food with minimal deliberation, found seating at a partially occupied table rather than isolated position, and began eating with the efficient focus of someone viewing nutrition as necessity rather than social activity. His positioning maintained environmental awareness while avoiding obvious defensive characteristics that might discourage normal interaction. Nora approached with calculated casualness, carrying her meal toward the vacant position opposite Chen as though selection were coincidental rather than targeted. Her posture and movement maintained non-threatening indicators: relaxed shoulder position, open hand placement, path that allowed subject to observe approach without surprise element, taking the seat with brief acknowledgement nod rather than immediate conversation. She began eating with similar practical efficiency, establishing parallel behavior pattern that psychologically suggested common ground rather than oppositional positioning. "Trading brings you through often?" she inquired after an appropriate interval, the question representing standard wasteland conversation opener. Neutral, practically focused, inviting information exchange without demanding personal disclosure. Chen assessed her with the practiced evaluation of someone with technical rather than security background. Brief but comprehensive observation that categorized potential threat level without specialized training indicators. Equipment assessment showing interest in practical function rather than potential weaponization. Positioning analysis reflecting caution rather than tactical calculation. Finding no immediate concern indicators, he responded with measured engagement, showing neither eagerness nor excessive reluctance. Relatively recent arrival, he answered with calibrated information disclosure, neither suspicious reticence nor dangerous openness. Still adjusting to Western operational patterns after Eastern residence, the phrasing carried subtle but significant indicators. Operational patterns, suggesting professional assessment rather than casual observation. Western, acknowledging factional distinction with potential judgment implications. Eastern residents, confirming previous coalition territory without specifying organizational affiliation. Most notably, voluntary disclosure of movement between factions suggested potential willingness for further conversation development beyond superficial interaction. "Notice the dual governance approach," Nora commented, maintaining conversational neutrality while establishing relevant subject proximity. Interesting settlement adaptation, functional despite obvious tensions. This observation created engagement opportunity without revealing specific interest in Chen's situation. The comment addressed visible settlement characteristics any visitor might note, while indirectly referencing factional dynamics relevant to his current circumstances. The approach allowed him to engage at comfortable disclosure level without feeling targeted for specific information. Functional remains subjective assessment, he responded, with slight tension indicator suggesting personal investment beyond casual observation. Depends entirely on individual position within resource distribution hierarchy. Water access, particularly, reflects philosophical divergence between governance approaches. The response revealed more than Chen likely intended. Specific focus on water access rather than general governance, emotional engagement regarding philosophical differences, implicit acknowledgement of distribution hierarchy suggesting technical knowledge beyond common resident understanding. These elements confirmed intelligence regarding his water system expertise, while suggesting unresolved ideological tension rather than committed factional conversion. Their conversation developed with professional precision on Nora's part, each question and observation carefully calibrated to gather assessment data through topic development and response analysis, while maintaining appearance of casual exchange. As their discussion progressed through settlement observations toward more specific exploration of resource management approaches, Chen gradually revealed increased knowledge regarding internal operations while maintaining surface-level discretion about personal involvement. The interaction continued through meal completion, establishing sufficient rapport for potential future engagement, without triggering security concerns that might accompany more aggressive approach strategies. As their conversation reached natural conclusion, Nora implemented subtle continuation mechanism, mentioning specific location where she might be found later without direct meeting suggestion, creating opportunity for subject-initiated contact that would indicate potential cooperation. Settlement exploration continues this afternoon, she noted while gathering her dining materials for return to collection station. Probably find me near the Western Market later if you have recommendations for visitor resources better than standard caravan offerings. This constructed opportunity carried multiple strategic advantages: subject control over potential continuation, public location maintaining perceived security, plausible interaction purpose unrelated to actual operational objectives. Chen's response would provide valuable psychological assessment data, regardless of specific outcome. Acceptance suggesting cooperation potential, refusal indicating increased extraction difficulty requiring alternative approach development. His response came after brief but visible internal deliberation. Western Market tends toward practical necessities over visitor interests. South Corner near the old gas station has better offerings. Usually there myself around sunset, acquiring technical components if you need specific recommendations. The invitation contained precisely the opening Nora had strategized toward. Subject-initiated continued contact, public location providing perceived security, established timeline allowing appropriate preparation. Equally valuable was the behavioral subtext. Chen seeking controlled interaction opportunity outside his established pattern, suggesting desire for communication beyond settlement, casual conversation. With initial contact successfully established, Nora proceeded through afternoon activities with deliberate visibility in Western Crossroads public areas, maintaining cover identity through normal visitor behaviors while establishing movement pattern authentication that would minimize security concerns during evening interaction. Her observations confirmed additional intelligence regarding settlement dynamics. Frontier Guard security maintained awareness of Chen's movements without obvious protective detail, suggesting monitoring rather than active intervention protocols. Evening approached with lengthening shadows across crossroads divided sections, the settlement transitioning toward nocturnal routines as work activities concluded and social engagement increased. The market area near the old gas station occupied a position near Western Crossroads' central region, sufficient distance from administrative areas to suggest privacy while remaining within established security parameters. The location presented typical wasteland market characteristics adapted to Frontier Guard ideological influence. Cooperative vendor arrangements rather than competitive pricing. Security maintained through community standards rather than dedicated enforcement. Atmosphere encouraging communication without authoritarian observation. Nora arrived shortly before the designated meeting time, selecting positioning that allowed comprehensive environmental assessment while maintaining apparently casual demeanor. The location contained approximately 30 residents, distributed among various vendor stalls, with ambient noise level providing conversation privacy without isolation that might suggest secretive discussion. Security presence remained minimal, standard settlement peacekeeping rather than targeted surveillance, with patrol patterns maintaining predictable community monitoring rather than focused observation. Chen arrived approximately 10 minutes later, his appearance showing subtle tensioned indicators, despite apparent casual demeanor, slightly elevated vigilance and environmental scanning, positioning selection, emphasizing exit proximity, hand placement suggesting concealed documentation, accessibility, rather than weapon readiness. He located Nora with efficient observation, approaching her position with measured pace that suggested neither eagerness nor reluctance, initiating conversation with the controlled voice modulation of someone conscious of potential observation. Your interest in Crossroads seems more specific than general trading opportunity, he noted directly, his assessment suggesting technical analytical capability rather than security training. Observation patterns and engagement approach indicate professional methodology. Beyond casual exploration, the assessment demonstrated both perceptive capability and psychological preparation for potential confrontation. Chen identified her operational characteristics despite her experienced concealment techniques. Rather than disadvantage, this recognition created engagement, opportunity through professional acknowledgement rather than continued pretense that might generate increased suspicion. Accurate assessment, Nora acknowledged with comparable directness, recognizing established communication context that rendered continued cover counterproductive. Though intelligence objectives remain undefined in your analysis. Chen studied her with increased attention following this acknowledgement, his expression suggesting calculation rather than immediate defensive response. Coalition contract seems most probable given settlement dynamics and timing relative to my current situation. Documentation recovery with potential personnel retrieval, constituting logical operational parameters. His accurate identification of her mission parameters demonstrated exceptional analytical capability, despite psychological pressure from his current circumstances. More significantly, his matter-of-fact acknowledgement without immediate hostile response suggested potential receptiveness to negotiated resolution, professional recognition of situation parameters rather than emotional rejection of extraction discussion. Contract parameters align with your assessment, Nora confirmed, maintaining direct communication approach now that professional context had been established. Documentation priority, with flexible personnel resolution options depending on cooperation level. Timeline constraints emphasize efficient resolution within approximately 48 remaining hours. Documentation access complexities exceed standard recovery parameters, Jin responded, after brief consideration, his tone suggesting professional problem-solving rather than oppositional positioning. Physical documentation remains secured through distributed storage protocol rather than centralized location. Complete recovery requires either my direct cooperation or extensive search operations, unlikely to achieve success within specified timeline. This information created significant operational implications. Documentation retrieval without subject cooperation appeared virtually impossible given distributed storage and limited timeline. Negotiated resolution represented only viable approach for successful contract completion. This reality established conversational leverage that Nora immediately incorporated into her engagement strategy. Cooperation parameters worth exploring, given documented storage challenges, she suggested, maintaining professional rather than threatening tone. Your technical background suggests appreciation for negotiated resolution benefits compared to forced extraction attempts, with minimal success probability. Chen acknowledged this reality with a slight nod, taking measured breath before responding. Negotiation presupposes mutually beneficial resolution possibility. My current situation includes significant complexity beyond standard defection scenario. External factors influence both my actions and potential cooperation parameter. This oblique reference to external factors suggested circumstances beyond simple ideological disagreement or personal advancement opportunity. Nora recognized the communication opening, developing this critical aspect that might facilitate successful resolution. External influence creates different operational context than ideological conversion. Contract parameters accommodate environmental factors affecting subject decision capacity. The carefully phrased acknowledgement visibly impacted Shard's demeanor. Subtle relaxation in shoulder tension, micro-expressions suggesting relief at potential understanding. After significant pause suggesting internal deliberation, he gestured toward a quieter area near abandoned fuel pumps, indicating continuation of their conversation, with slightly increased privacy while maintaining public setting security. The water distribution system I designed for the coalition would function perfectly as intended, he explained once they had relocated, his voice lowered to ensure conversation privacy. Technically efficient, resource maximizing, precisely what they requested. The implementation documentation, however, includes activation protocols that would allow them to restrict water access to Western Crossroads unless residents accepted significantly increased pricing structure or submitted to Eastern governance. This revelation created crucial context regarding his apparent defection, not ideological rejection of coalition principles, but ethical objection to specific implementation that would weaponize essential resource access against settlement population. His actions represented professional conscience rather than factional conversion, using technical knowledge to prevent exploitation rather than advance personal position. The documentation I removed contains the only complete technical specifications, including restriction capability, he continued, professional precision evident despite emotional investment in the situation. Partial documentation remains in coalition possession, sufficient for basic system implementation, but without critical components necessary for activation of restriction protocols. My objective wasn't defection, but system modification, removing exploitation capacity while preserving fundamental resource distribution functionality. Nora processed this information against contract parameters, and ethical considerations that had guided her professional practice throughout her career. The situation presented complex interplay between technical security, factional politics, and humanitarian concerns regarding essential resource access. Precisely the type of multi-dimensional challenge that distinguished thoughtful operators from mere contract executors. Your technical expertise suggests potential alternative approach, she observed after considering various resolution possibilities. Modified documentation that maintains system functionality while removing restriction capability would satisfy coalition operational requirements, while addressing ethical concerns regarding resource weaponization. Chen's expression shifted toward cautious interest. Technical problem-solving evidently engaging his professional identity beyond immediate security concerns. Theoretically viable approach would require significant technical revision within compressed timeframe, but implementation parameters could be maintained while removing restriction protocols through coordinated specification adjustments. This potential resolution pathway created opportunity for mutual objective achievement while addressing humanitarian concerns that transcended factional positioning. Nora developed this approach with careful precision, outlining framework that acknowledged both contract requirements and ethical considerations without sacrificing either for expedient resolution. Their discussion continued through technical specifics and implementation considerations, Chen providing detailed explanation of system architecture and critical modification points, Nora developing corresponding operational parameters that would satisfy contract obligations while protecting essential resource access for all settlement residents, regardless of factional affiliation. The conversation reflected collaborative problem-solving rather than adversarial negotiation, creating framework for resolution that addressed legitimate concerns from multiple perspectives, rather than imposing unilateral outcome. As evening deepened toward night, their discussion reached resolution phase. Specific implementation agreement, established through mutual recognition of aligned interests despite different positioning within the conflict. Chen would create modified documentation that maintained system functionality while removing restriction capability, providing Nora with complete technical specifications that satisfied coalition contract requirements without enabling resource weaponization against Western residents. The modifications would be technically sophisticated enough to prevent easy re-implementation of restriction protocols, while maintaining system efficiency that represented Coalition's legitimate operational interest. Implementation timeline requires immediate technical work, given contract parameters, Nora noted as their discussion concluded, practical operation focus replacing negotiation requirements. Documentation modification needs completion before verification window, approximately 20 hours from present. Coalition technical specialists will review specification. Chen acknowledged this timeline with professional acceptance, his demeanor showing the focused attention of someone transitioning from ethical dilemma to technical implementation. The engineer's relief at finding solution, pathway that satisfied both operational requirements and personal conscience. Modification achievable within specified parameters. Technical authenticity will meet verification standards while removing exploitation capacity. Distributed storage components can be consolidated by morning delivery. With operational agreement established, they concluded their meeting with appropriate security protocols. Separate departures timed to avoid obvious connection. Communication methods established using settlement-specific location markers rather than direct contact. Contingency parameters defined for potential implementation variation. The professional efficiency of their planning reflected shared technical background despite different factional affiliations, problem-solving methodology transcending ideological differences when aligned objectives created mutual benefit potential. Nora departed the market area with measured satisfaction regarding negotiation outcome. The operation had transitioned from potential forced extraction with limited success probability to cooperative implementation with significantly enhanced completion parameters. Documentation retrieval appeared viable within contract requirements, while technical modification accommodated humanitarian considerations without compromising primary mission objectives. The balanced resolution represented the professional ideal, contract fulfillment achieved through negotiated cooperation rather than unnecessary confrontation. The following day proceeded through careful implementation of established operational plan. Chen completed technical modifications according to agreed parameters, preserving system functionality while removing exploitation capacity through sophisticated engineering adjustments. Nora prepared verification methodology, establishing validation approaches that would satisfy coalition requirements while protecting the ethical integrity of their negotiated resolution. Their coordinated efforts proceeded with professional precision, each component advancing implementation timeline toward successful resolution window. Final exchange occurred at calculated optimal timing, approximately 1 hour before Nora's scheduled report to Hayes, providing sufficient verification opportunity before contract conclusion, while minimizing potential intervention from either faction should their cooperation be detected. Chen provided complete technical documentation with modified specifications, the materials authentically representing coalition water system design, while excluding restriction protocols that would have enabled resource weaponization against Western residents. Nora conducted thorough verification before accepting the documentation, confirming both technical completeness and specific modifications through reference points Chen had identified during their planning discussion. The materials presented professionally credible engineering specifications that would satisfy coalition implementation requirements while protecting humanitarian concerns regarding equal resource access, regardless of factional affiliation. The resolution maintained contract fulfillment while acknowledging ethical considerations that transcended simple factional loyalty. Their exchange concluded with professional respect rather than personal connection, mutual acknowledgement of effective collaboration without unnecessary complication through emotional engagement or future obligation creation. Chen would remain in Western Crossroads, continuing technical contribution to community infrastructure development with awareness that his actions had protected essential resource access without generating direct confrontation between factions. Nora would deliver modified documentation to Hayes, completing her contract through technically valid fulfillment while preserving ethical standards that had defined her professional practice throughout her career. As she crossed the central intersection, returning toward Eastern Crossroads, documentation secured for delivery to her coalition client, Nora reflected on the resolution's significance beyond immediate operational success. Wasteland conflicts frequently presented as simple factional disputes, when underlying reality contained complex interplay between resource access, power dynamics, and legitimate security concerns from multiple perspectives. Her effectiveness derived not merely from tactical capability, but from recognition that sustainable resolution often required addressing fundamental concerns beyond surface-level factional positioning. The settlement continued its daily activities around her, residents moving through routines that maintained community function despite political division. Practical necessity transcending ideological difference in countless small interactions that collectively defined Crossroads' resilience despite its internal tensions. The modified water system would eventually serve this entire community, providing essential resource without enabling exploitation through artificial scarcity. technical implementation serving human needs rather than factional advantage. Precisely the approach that might eventually heal wasteland divisions rather than perpetuating conflict cycles. Hayes received her report and documentation with professional satisfaction, technical verification confirming the specifications would enable system implementation as contracted. Whether coalition engineers would eventually detect the modification preventing restriction protocols remained uncertain. The changes were sophisticated enough to resist casual discovery, though determined technical analysis might eventually reveal the adaptation. By that point, however, system implementation would be complete, community integration established, and political cost of attempting restriction lightly prohibitive compared to potential benefit. As evening approached once more, Nora prepared for departure from Crossroads, her contract fulfilled through balanced methodology, accommodating both mission requirements and humanitarian considerations. The settlement would continue its complex existence, internal tensions balanced against mutual dependence, factional division moderated by practical necessity. Her intervention had prevented potential escalation through resource weaponization while maintaining contractual obligation fulfillment. The professional excellence that distinguished thoughtful operators from mere enforcers in the wasteland's complex human landscape. The road stretched before her as she departed through Crossroads' main gate, wasteland twilight casting long shadows across the broken landscape while painting the sky in remarkable color variations rarely seen in pre-war environments. Her profession would continue taking her through territories where competing interests created operational complexity beyond simple target acquisition. The ethical framework she maintained provided guidance through these situations, a personal standard that distinguished professional excellence from mere contractual compliance. Each successful resolution reinforced this approach, not merely completing assignments, but finding balanced implementation that recognized human realities beyond factional designations. While Nora traveled onward, her completed contract having protected both a community's water access and her client's technical specifications, elsewhere in the wasteland, a different hunter's tale was unfolding. A man once consumed with the pursuit of trophies now tracked a human fugitive across a sun-scorched ridge, each step unearthing memories of his own past and the thin line between as Nora's journey continues beyond our view, a new tale beckons from the weathered ridge where old bones rest beneath desert sands. Join us for The Deadliest Game. The ridge stretched across the horizon like the spine of some ancient creature, its weathered rock formations rising from the desert floor in rugged elegance, shaped by centuries of wind and radiation. Layered bands of sediment revealed the Earth's history in rich reds, deep ochres, and pale yellows. Geological storytelling lay bare by time and atomic devastation. The morning sun cast long shadows across this landscape, transforming ordinary rock formations into sculptures of light and darkness that shifted with each passing hour. Marcus stood at the ridge's base, studying the terrain above with the practiced eye of someone who had spent a lifetime reading landscapes. His appearance spoke of years traversing the wasteland's harshest environments. Deeply tanned skin, creased from sun exposure. A frame that had once been powerfully built, now leaner but still wiry with functional strength. Eyes narrowed not just against the sunlight, but from decades of scanning distant horizons for movement. A faded scar ran from his left temple to jawline, the pale tissue contrasting with his weathered complexion, a permanent reminder of lessons learned through painful experience. His equipment reflected a lifetime of refinement, each piece chosen and maintained with the meticulous care of someone who understood that survival often depended on such details. A customized hunting rifle, slung across his back, showed the wear of extensive use, but remained in perfect working condition, its wooden stock polished smooth from years of handling. His clothing emphasized practical function over wasteland fashion. Layers that could be adjusted for temperature variation, earth-toned fabrics that blended with natural surroundings, reinforcement at points where experience had taught durability mattered most. Unlike many who traveled the wasteland, with evident weaponry and aggressive posturing, Marcus carried himself with the quiet confidence of someone who had nothing to prove, his competence evident in how he moved through terrain rather than how he announced his presence. His eyes constantly surveyed his surroundings, not with paranoia, but with the ingrained awareness of someone who had learned that observation often meant the difference between life and death in unforgiving environment. "Trail continues up the eastern approach," noted a voice behind him. Footprints still fresh, sometime yesterday afternoon by the sand compression. Consistent pace, someone who knows how to move efficiently through difficult terrain. Eliza, the young scribe who had joined Marcus for this expedition, stood several paces back, a notebook in hand where she had been documenting their pursuit. Her Brotherhood of Steel affiliation was evident in her equipment. Field scribe attire, modified for desert conditions, but still bearing the organizational insignia. A pack containing documentation tools, rather than the purely survival-focused gear typical of wasteland travelers. Despite her scholarly designation, she moved with the alertness of someone who had received basic field training, though her eyes still carried the eagerness of relative inexperience, rather than the measured assessment that characterized Marcus's gaze. "Not just efficiency," Marcus replied, his voice carrying the slight rasp of someone unaccustomed to regular conversation. "There's purpose in this movement pattern. Deliberate path selection using terrain features for both ease of travel and minimal exposure. Not someone running blindly from pursuit." He began ascending the ridge's eastern face, choosing his path with the same deliberate consideration he had just described. Each step placed with intentional precision, his movement flowing with the natural contours of the landscape rather than fighting against them. Eliza followed, attempting to mirror this efficient movement pattern, though lacking the decades of experience that made it appear effortless for her companion. "The Brotherhood's interest in Dr. Reyes seems primarily academic," Eliza observed as they climbed, carefully selecting her footing on the rocky incline. "Technical knowledge recovery, rather than justice administration. Unusual assignment parameters compared to standard field operations." Marcus acknowledged this assessment with a slight nod, his attention remaining primarily focused on the terrain and tracking indicators. "Your superiors mentioned specialized pre-war medical knowledge, treatment protocols particularly valuable for radiation exposure complications. Makes sense given the Brotherhood's humanitarian initiatives, alongside technological preservation." Their conversation paused as they navigated a particularly steep section, Marcus automatically offering a stabilizing hand at one point when Eliza's footing momentarily slipped on loose gravel. The brief interaction revealed the unspoken dynamic that had developed during their 3-day partnership, the experienced hunter maintaining watchful attention over his less seasoned companion without undermining the young scribe's developing confidence. As they continued ascending, the landscape revealed itself in greater detail, not the barren wastelands that casual observation might suggest, but a complex ecosystem adapted to extreme conditions. Radiation-hardy plants emerged from seemingly impossible crevices, their evolved forms capturing precious moisture with remarkable efficiency. Occasional small lizards darted between sun-warmed rocks, their movements momentarily drawing Marcus's attention before being categorized as non-significant. to their tracking objective. Near the ridge's summit, Marcus paused, kneeling to examine markings that would have remained invisible to less experienced eyes. Rested here, he noted, fingers hovering just above the ground without touching the subtle indicators. Approximately 2 hours, based on the compressed area and dust redistribution patterns. Controlled rest rather than collapse from exhaustion. Deliberate recovery period before continuing. Eliza made careful notes while Marcus continued his examination, the young scribe's documentation meticulous despite the challenging field conditions. This pairing had been specifically requested by Brotherhood leadership. Marcus's renowned tracking skills combined with Eliza's technical knowledge and documentation capabilities, creating a specialized team for this particular retrieval mission. Dr. Reyes, Eliza ventured as Marcus completed his assessment, seems remarkably resilient for someone with primarily medical background. Most specialists I've encountered lack substantial field survival capabilities. Marcus stood, his expression revealing a momentary softening, perhaps remembering his own transition from inexperienced youth to wasteland veteran. People are rarely limited to their formal designations, particularly in the wasteland, where survival often requires developing capabilities beyond original training. He surveyed the ridgeline stretching before them, adding, almost as afterthought, "We should reach the summit before midday." Trail indicates continued movement northward, along the ridge rather than descent on either side. They resumed their ascent, the rhythm of their movement settling into the efficient pattern of experienced travelers, conserving energy where possible, maintaining awareness without hypervigilance, communicating essential observations without unnecessary conversation that would waste breath in the increasingly thin air as they gained elevation. The morning heat intensified as the sun climbed higher, though the occasional breeze across the exposed ridgeline provided momentary relief from temperatures that would have been debilitating to less prepared travelers. Upon reaching the summit, a vast panorama unfolded before them, the wasteland stretching to distant horizons in all directions, its seemingly endless desolation interrupted by occasional features that hinted at both natural wonders and human remnants. To the north, the ridge continued as Marcus had predicted, offering a natural pathway above the more challenging terrain below. To the east, a distant shimmer suggested possible water source, perhaps a small oasis or radiation-contaminated pool. Westward, barely visible at the limits of perception, stood what might have been the ruins of pre-war structures, their geometric outlines just distinguishable from natural formations. Marcus surveyed this expanse with practiced efficiency before focusing on their immediate tracking objective. The trail continued along the ridgeline as anticipated, footprints occasionally visible in accumulated dust and sand deposits where wind had created natural collection points along the rocky surface. He moved forward without hesitation, his pace measured but purposeful, Eliza following with the attentiveness of someone consciously developing field skills through observation of demonstrated expertise. As they progressed along the ridge, Eliza continued her documentation while occasionally asking questions that revealed both her Brotherhood training and personal curiosity. Their conversation remained professional, yet gradually developed the natural rhythm that emerges between travelers, sharing challenging journey observations offered and acknowledged, occasional insights exchanged, mutual respect developing through shared experience rather than formal declaration. The Brotherhood's records indicate Dr. Reyes specialized in radiation exposure treatment before the war, Eliza noted as they navigated a particularly narrow section of the ridgeline, her voice carefully modulated to maintain conversation without excessive exertion. Her research was apparently decades ahead of contemporary understanding when recovery teams discovered her laboratory records. Marcus processed this information against their tracking observations, his professional methodology always incorporating all available intelligence into comprehensive assessment. Subjects' movement patterns show both deliberate destination focus and injury adaptation, he observed. Slightly uneven gait suggests recent leg trauma, compensated through adjusted weight distribution rather than significantly reduced mobility. Indicates both determination and practical field knowledge beyond theoretical expertise. This assessment demonstrated Marcus's tracking methodology, combining physical evidence, interpretation, with contextual understanding to develop comprehensive target profile. Unlike hunters focused solely on physical pursuit, his approach had always emphasized understanding quarry behavior patterns, motivations, and capabilities as essential components of successful tracking, rather than merely following visible signs. "You spoke of trophy hunting in your earlier career," Eliza commented after a period of thoughtful silence, curiosity evidently overcoming her usual professional reserve. "The transition to your current specialization seems significant. If appropriate for discussion during operation." The question touched on personal history Marcus rarely discussed, yet something about the young scribe's earnest inquiry prompted consideration rather than immediate deflection. Perhaps the isolated ridgeline setting, removed from civilization's constraints, or perhaps recognition of genuine interest rather than casual inquiry. Whatever the reason, Marcus found himself responding with uncharacteristic openness. "Trophy hunting focused on demonstrating skill through physical evidence," he explained, his tone matter-of-fact rather than defensive or nostalgic. "Collecting proof of successful hunts, distinctive horns from Yao Guai, occasionally more dangerous quarry like Deathclaw hands. Reputation built on tangible trophies rather than outcomes." He paused as they navigated around a massive boulder that had clearly fallen from higher elevation at some point in the distant past, creating a natural obstacle along the otherwise relatively clear ridgeline. Once past this formation, he continued with the measured consideration of someone revisiting significant life transitions. Perspectives shifted gradually rather than through single event. Began recognizing intelligence in quarry behavior, problem-solving capabilities, adaptations beyond instinctive response. Occasionally what appeared to be emotional bonds between creatures classified as mere game. Eventually confronted question of what meaningful distinction existed between hunting non-human intelligence. This philosophical reflection revealed depth beyond the professional hunter persona, the capacity for ethical reconsideration that distinguished thoughtful practitioners from those who merely applied skills without questioning underlying principles. Eliza absorbed this insight with evident appreciation, her expression suggesting respect for both the willingness to share and the substantive reflection itself. Hence, your current specialization in tracking individuals with minimal harm parameters, she observed, connecting historical information with present operational approach. Finding rather than eliminating. Marcus acknowledged this assessment with slight nod, his attention returning fully to their tracking objective as they continued along the ridgeline. The conversation shifted back to immediate operational considerations, though the brief personal exchange had subtly altered their working dynamic, establishing deeper mutual understanding that often enhanced field team effectiveness beyond purely professional cooperation. As afternoon advanced, the trail they followed showed increasing signs of their quarry's awareness of potential pursuit. Movement patterns became less direct, occasionally utilizing terrain features that would minimize tracking indicators or create alternative interpretation possibilities. Marcus noted these changes without commentary, adjusting his own tracking methodology accordingly while maintaining their steady progress along the ridge. Near what appeared to be an ancient geological formation where the ridgeline briefly widened into small plateau, Marcus halted abruptly, raising one hand in signal for Eliza to remain motionless. His posture shifted almost imperceptibly. Not tension exactly, but heightened awareness focused on environmental anomaly rather than immediate threat. Deliberate marker, he stated quietly after careful observation, indicating what initially appeared to be random arrangement of small stones near their path. Placed recently, positioned for visibility from this approach direction specifically. Not natural formation or coincidental pattern. Eliza studied the indicated arrangement with scholarly interest, notebook half raised, before recognizing field prioritization requirements and returning it to her pack without comment. Communication attempt rather than warning indicator? She inquired, voice appropriately lowered, though no immediate threat had been identified. Intentional communication, Marcus confirmed, crouching to examine the arrangement without disturbing its composition. Organized in patterns suggesting directional instruction rather than warning symbolism. Subject is aware of pursuit but directing rather than evading. Unusual response, indicating purpose beyond simple flight. This assessment introduced significant operational implications. Their quarry had not only detected pursuit, but was apparently attempting to establish communication parameters rather than maximize evasion opportunities. Such behavior contradicted standard fugitive patterns, suggesting motivations more complex than immediate capture avoidance. Marcus surveyed the surrounding terrain with renewed attention, identifying subtle indicators that would likely remain invisible to less experienced trackers. Additional markers placed at regular intervals, he noted, pointing toward what appeared to be ordinary rock formations, until his indication revealed their deliberate positioning, creating guided path toward specific destination rather than misleading pursuit. Approximately 1 kilometer further along ridge, based on marker spacing pattern, they proceeded with increased caution, Marcus's tracking methodology adapting to this unusual development while maintaining security awareness appropriate for potential ambush scenario, however unlikely based on pattern analysis. Eliza followed with disciplined silence, her documentation temporarily suspended as operational parameters shifted from standard pursuit to potential direct contact preparation. The indicated path led toward a natural formation near the ridgeline's northern extent, a cluster of massive boulders arranged in roughly circular pattern, with one larger formation providing both central feature and potential shelter from elements. As they approached this apparent destination, Marcus noted additional communication markers becoming more frequent and elaborate, clearly intended to confirm they were following an intended route rather than coincidental parallel path. Approximately 50 meters from the boulder formation, Marcus halted again, conducting comprehensive environmental assessment before potential close-quarter engagement. The location showed no indicators of weaponry emplacement, improvised explosives, or typical ambush preparation. Instead, evidence suggested individual camp establishment, minimal but adequate shelter configuration, small fire pit with controlled burn pattern indicating both heat management knowledge and concern for smoke visibility limitation, water conservation system utilizing natural rock formation to collect overnight condensation. Our subject appears to be expecting us, Marcus observed, his tone suggesting professional assessment rather than concern. Camp established approximately 18 hours ago, based on environmental indicators. Position selected for both defensive awareness and visibility to approaching parties, following marker path. Suggests intentional meeting rather than forced confrontation. Eliza processed this analysis with thoughtful consideration, her Brotherhood training evidently including scenarios beyond simple retrieval operations, negotiation opportunity rather than extraction requirement, consistent with subjects' reported intellectual approach to problem-solving based on research history. Marcus acknowledged this possibility with slight nod before outlining approach strategy. Initial contact from visible position, maintaining non-threatening posture while establishing communication parameters. Your Brotherhood affiliation visible but weaponry non-prominent. My position offset for security coverage without suggesting immediate threat positioning. With approach methodology established, they advanced toward the boulder formation using natural terrain features for controlled visibility, intentionally noticeable rather than employing stealth tactics that might suggest hostile intent. As they neared the central area, movement became visible within the natural shelter formed by larger rock formations, a figure emerging with deliberate, unhurried movements that similarly emphasized non-aggressive positioning. Dr. Elena Reyes stood approximately 15 meters from her shelter position, her appearance both confirming identity and revealing adaptation to wasteland conditions beyond what might be expected from primarily research-focused background. Her clothing showed practical modification for desert environment, layers for temperature regulation, head covering providing sun protection while maintaining visibility, equipment distributed for balanced weight rather than convenience prioritization. Most notably, her posture suggested neither surrender nor defiance, but rather composed readiness for interaction, based on mutual recognition rather than power differential. Brotherhood of Steel, she acknowledged as they came within comfortable conversation distance, her gaze taking in Eliza's organizational identifiers before shifting to Marcus with more focused assessment. And specialized tracker, based on approach methodology and equipment configuration. More sophisticated retrieval team than I anticipated, though the marker path appears to have been followed as intended. Her voice carried the precise diction of academic background, tempered by evident field experience. Someone whose theoretical knowledge had been supplemented by practical application, rather than remaining purely conceptual. The slight unevenness in stance confirmed Marcus's earlier tracking assessment regarding leg injury, though her composure showed no indication that this physical limitation significantly impacted her current capability. Eliza responded with professional courtesy, appropriate for initial contact with research, valuable subject rather than standard fugitive engagement. Scribe Eliza Chambers, Brotherhood Archival Division. We've been dispatched to locate you regarding radiation treatment protocols with significant application potential for wasteland communities. Your cooperation would be greatly appreciated, rather than requiring formal retrieval protocols. This diplomatic approach reflected Brotherhood recognition of subject value beyond simple retrieval metrics, acknowledging both intellectual contribution potential and preference for cooperative rather than coercive subject engagement when circumstances permitted. Dr. Reyes received this communication with thoughtful consideration rather than immediate response, her expression suggesting complex assessment beyond simple cooperation or refusal calculation. My research journals contain complete theoretical framework and preliminary application protocols, she stated, after measured deliberation, gesturing toward her shelter, where equipment presumably included documented research. The Brotherhood's humanitarian initiatives alongside technological preservation suggest appropriate application potential, particularly given increasing radiation exposure complications throughout the region. She shifted position slightly, the movement revealing both the leg injury's genuine limitation and her determined compensation through adapted movement patterns. However, practical implementation requires controlled testing environment with specific radiation exposure parameters unavailable in typical Brotherhood facilities based on my understanding of their current technological configuration. Marcus observed this exchange with professional assessment rather than direct participation, noting behavioral indicators beyond verbal communication, micro-expressions suggesting authentic concern regarding research application rather than personal safety prioritization, body language indicating genuine intellectual engagement rather than negotiation position. Eliza engaged with evident appreciation for substantive discussion, opportunity rather than retrieval complication. Her Brotherhood training, clearly including significant technical knowledge beyond field operation protocols. Their conversation developed specialized dimensions beyond Marcus's expertise focus, though he maintained environmental awareness while they established mutual understanding regarding research parameters and implementation requirements. As their discussion progressed toward potential resolution framework, Marcus noted subtle shifts in Dr. Reyes's expression when certain implementation scenarios were proposed. Momentary hesitation, suggesting concerns beyond explicitly articulated objectives. His experience in human tracking rather than merely physical pursuit had developed sensitivity to such indicators, recognizing when stated positions contained unstated reservations that might significantly impact operational outcomes if not addressed. Your research application concerns extend beyond technical implementation challenges, he observed during natural conversation pause, his comment reflecting insight rather than accusation. Specific application control parameters appear particularly significant, based on your response patterns to proposed implementation scenarios. This observation created momentary silence as Dr. Reyes recalibrated her assessment of their retrieval team, clearly recognizing Marcus's perceptive capability extended beyond physical tracking to psychological insight. After visible internal deliberation, she acknowledged this assessment with professional respect rather than defensive reaction. The treatment methodology I've developed could be weaponized through inverse application, she explained. Academic precision balanced with evident ethical concern, the same principles that neutralize radiation damage in biological systems could potentially create accelerated radiation effects if implementation protocols were modified with specific parameter adjustments. My research documentation includes these theoretical possibilities, as scientific thoroughness requires, but without explicit application guidance that would facilitate weaponization. This revelation created significant contextual understanding regarding her apparent flight from Brotherhood contact attempts. Not rejection of knowledge sharing, but concern regarding potential misapplication by those whose technological preservation might extend to all applications rather than solely beneficial implementation. Eliza processed this information with visible reconsideration of operational parameters, her Brotherhood training evidently including ethical assessment protocols alongside technical acquisition objectives. The Brotherhood's core mission emphasizes humanitarian application alongside technology preservation, she stated after thoughtful consideration, her tone suggesting genuine conviction rather than mere procedural response. Your concerns regarding potential weaponization represent valid ethical considerations consistent with responsible knowledge management principles, she continued with increasing confidence, apparently making field determination beyond original operational parameters. I propose documentation transfer with specific implementation protocols maintained under your direct supervision. Brotherhood resources supporting practical application development while maintaining ethical safeguards through your continued involvement rather than simple knowledge acquisition without creator guidance. This proposed resolution framework created space for mutual objective achievement while addressing unstated concerns that might otherwise prevent successful cooperation. Dr. Reyes considered the proposal with evident interest, her expression suggesting recognition of genuine attempt at balanced resolution rather than merely sophisticated retrieval strategy. Practical implementation would require specified environmental parameters currently unavailable in this region, based on my preliminary testing, she noted, shifting from ethical concerns toward technical requirements now that fundamental framework appeared potentially viable. Specific controlled radiation gradient conditions necessary for methodology validation before large-scale implementation. The Brotherhood maintains research facilities throughout former American territories, Eliza responded, professional knowledge supplementing negotiation capability, including locations with controlled radiation parameter capability matching your specifications. Transportation and resource allocation could be arranged with appropriate authorization based on research significance assessment. As they developed this potential resolution framework, Marcus maintained environmental awareness while noting the subtle indicators of genuine progress rather than merely tactical positioning, engagement depth, suggesting authentic problem solving rather than strategic concession, technical specificity indicating real implementation consideration rather than theoretical discussion, mutual respect developing through shared objective recognition despite different organizational perspectives. Their conversation continued through practical implementation details, documentation transfer protocols, research facility requirements, ongoing involvement parameters that would maintain both Brotherhood access to critical treatment technology and Dr. Reyes's ethical oversight regarding potential application. The discussion reflected collaborative problem solving rather than adversarial negotiation, creating framework for mutually beneficial outcome rather than simple retrieval completion or continued evasion patterns. As afternoon transitioned toward evening, the technical discussion reached natural conclusion point with provisional agreement established, pending formal Brotherhood authorization. Dr. Reyes invited them to share her camp resources, rather than immediately departing, acknowledging both practical considerations regarding remaining daylight and the collaborative relationship that had developed through their interaction. This invitation represented significant trust development compared to her initial cautious positioning, suggesting genuine confidence in the resolution framework they had established. The evening settled around their small camp established among ancient rock formations, the ridgeline providing both natural shelter and remarkable vantage point across the surrounding wasteland. Their conversation shifted from technical specifics toward broader philosophical considerations regarding knowledge application in post-war environments. Discussion reflecting mutual respect developed through substantive engagement rather than positional authority or technical expertise alone. As darkness enveloped their location, stars emerged with remarkable clarity possible only in regions distant from settlement, light pollution. The celestial display provided natural backdrop for reflection on human endeavors below, both historical technologies that had shaped their current world through catastrophic application, and potential future developments that might contribute to gradual healing rather than continued destruction. Marcus observed this discussion with limited direct participation, but evident appreciation for the intellectual depth demonstrated by both Eliza and Dr. Reyes. Their engagement reflected the wasteland's occasional capacity for surprising civilization amidst apparent desolation, moments where human connection transcended mere survival to engage with larger questions regarding purpose and responsibility in their transformed world. As they prepared for night's rest, with appropriate watch rotation established through mutual agreement rather than imposed structure, Marcus found himself reflecting on his own professional evolution. His transition from trophy hunter to specialized tracker had fundamentally altered his relationship with pursued objectives. From collection or elimination focus toward understanding and appropriate resolution, this current operation exemplified that transformation. Success measured through mutual understanding, achievement rather than mere physical target acquisition. Morning arrived with the gentle illumination gradient characteristic of desert environments, darkness yielding to pre-dawn glow, before sun emergence transformed the landscape through direct illumination. The trio prepared for departure with the efficient coordination of experienced travelers, each handling specific responsibilities while maintaining collective. Their return journey would follow different path than tracking approach. Direct travel toward Brotherhood Research Coordination Facility rather than following original ridge route. Their movement now cooperative rather than pursuit-based. Eliza had established communication with Brotherhood representatives through emergency frequency transmission, arranging appropriate transportation from designated rendezvous point that would accommodate Dr. Reyes's leg injury, while securing research documentation during transit. As they departed the ridgeline camp that had served as both destination and resolution location, Marcus noted the subtle satisfaction characteristic of missions completed through understanding rather than confrontation. The tracking skills that had once served trophy collection now facilitated connections that might genuinely improve wasteland conditions through appropriate technology application. This purpose carried deeper meaning than his earlier career path, addressing human needs through specialized capabilities rather than merely demonstrating prowess through accumulated evidence of successful hunts. The wasteland stretched before them as they descended from the ancient ridge that had witnessed their unexpected cooperation development. Morning light illuminated potential paths with neither judgment nor guidance, direction determined through human choice rather than external determination, possibility existing in multiple directions rather than prescribed outcome. Their chosen path represented collaboration rather than coercion, shared purpose, discovery rather than imposed objective fulfillment. For Marcus, this resolution embodied the professional philosophy that now guided his tracking operations. Finding people not merely through physical indicators, but through understanding their essential motivations and concerns. Facilitating appropriate connections rather than simply delivering targets to those who had commissioned their location. The wasteland created endless variations of human adaptation to impossible conditions, each representing both challenge and opportunity for those willing to perceive individual circumstances beyond generic classification. As they continued their journey toward the rendezvous point where Brotherhood transportation would complete their successful operation, Marcus allowed himself a rare moment of reflection regarding potential future applications of his specialized capabilities. The wasteland would never lack for situations requiring his particular combination of tracking expertise and psychological insight. Lost individuals requiring location, separated community members seeking reconnection, specialized knowledge bearers whose contributions might benefit larger population through appropriate communication facilitation. His profession carried forward with purpose beyond mere contract fulfillment or technical demonstration. Genuine service, through specialized capabilities applied with ethical discrimination rather than indiscriminate implementation. Each successful resolution contributed to the wasteland's gradual healing. Human connections re-established across geographical and ideological divisions that might otherwise prevent necessary cooperation for survival in their challenging environment. The morning sun continued its ascent as they proceeded, casting alternating patterns of light and shadow across the landscape. Behind them, the ancient ridge stood as silent witness to human collaboration amidst apparent desolation. Before them, potential healing awaited, through knowledge appropriately shared rather than selfishly hoarded or carelessly implemented. Between these points, their steady progress represented the patient determination that distinguished genuine wasteland survivors, movements guided by purpose rather than merely driven by necessity. Their journey symbolized the transition Marcus himself had made, from hunter pursuing trophies to tracker facilitating connections, from demonstrating personal prowess to enabling collective advancement, from taking life to preserving knowledge that might help rebuild what had been lost. The deadliest game he had discovered was not the pursuit of increasingly dangerous prey, but rather the challenge of moving beyond pursuit entirely, finding ways to connect rather than capture, understand rather than overcome. As the rendezvous point appeared on the horizon, Brotherhood vertibird visible as distant speck gradually resolving into recognizable form, Marcus allowed himself the quiet satisfaction of mission completion through insight rather than force. The markers Dr. Reyes had placed along their tracking route represented perfect metaphor for his professional evolution. Not misleading pursuers, but guiding them toward understanding, creating pathway toward resolution through communication. The deadliest game had transformed into its opposite, the healing connection, the shared knowledge, the collaborative path forward through wasteland challenges that would always require human ingenuity tempered by ethical consideration. The Brotherhood aircraft landed with controlled precision on relatively flat terrain near their position, dust swirling around its landing struts before settling back to the ancient Earth. As Eliza helped Dr. Reyes board with her research materials securely contained for transport, the physician paused briefly, turning toward Marcus with expressions suggesting recognition beyond their brief acquaintance, perhaps sensing kindred spirit in someone else who had reimagined their purpose beyond initial profession. Different kinds of tracking, she observed with quiet insight, lead to different kinds of discovery. Yours led you here rather than merely to me, a significant distinction worth acknowledging. Marcus nodded acknowledgement of this perceptive assessment, the simple gesture containing recognition of shared understanding beyond spoken explanation. As the vertibird lifted from the wasteland floor, carrying Dr. Reyes towards collaborative future rather than isolated flight, he watched its departure without regret or sense of incomplete. His contract had been fulfilled in ways that transcended original parameters, not merely locating target, but facilitating connection that might eventually help heal radiation damage throughout wasteland communities. The aircraft disappeared beyond the horizon, leaving Marcus alone in the vast landscape that had shaped his existence throughout decades of adaptation and reconsideration. Tomorrow would bring new contracts, new tracking challenges, new opportunities to apply evolving professional philosophy to wasteland situations requiring discernment beyond simple pursuit parameters. The skills remained the same: reading landscapes, interpreting signs, understanding patterns beyond casual observation, but their application had transformed from trophy acquisition to connection facilitation, from deadly game to life-affirming purpose. He turned toward his next destination, the wasteland stretching endlessly before him as it had throughout his life journey, from hunter to tracker, from taker to finder. The deadliest game had ended when he stopped playing by its rules, discovering instead the profound satisfaction of tracking not to capture, but to connect, not to overcome, but to understand. This transformation represented not diminishment of skill, but its elevation to higher purpose. The ultimate trophy being not what one took from the wasteland, but what one contributed to its gradual healing through connection rather than conquest. Thanks for wandering the wasteland with me tonight. If these stories helped you relax, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. For uninterrupted sleep, these videos play straight through without ads, letting the sounds of the wasteland guide you all night long. If you want more, check out our Patreon for early access and exclusive Spotify playlists. Link in the description. Sleep well, fellow vault dwellers. May your dreams be peaceful and your nights raid-free. Good night.